So I literally just, sorry. We start at 10 on the dot, right? All right. All right. Why is the presentation on the thing? Oh, okay. Um, Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for those who are attending virtually. Let me just start by saying that I've been working in the blockchain space for about 3 years, and this is the first year where I'm attending East Denver. And all I can say is, wow, I know we're just starting, but I can already feel the energy building up. So let's just start with the basics. My name is Iris, and I'm a product owner for Consensus, more specifically for the Decentralized Infrastructure Network project, also known as DIN. Uh, I have with me EG, who is the co-founder of Infura. And in November last year, we promised at the Decentralized RPC Summit in Istanbul that the next big update on DIN is going to be at ETH Denver. So, nonetheless, here we are. Uh, Today, me and EG are going to give you an update on the progress that we have made on DIN in the past few months. And oh, believe me, this is going to be exciting. But before we begin, I do like to start all my meetings with a dad joke. So unfortunately for all of you here today, this is no exception. So if Eve was a bodybuilder, what would they drink? Whey protein. All right, so now that I've managed to make a fool out of myself, we can actually get started on the proper stuff. So for the next 20 minutes, our presentation will be structured as follows. So first, I'm just going to provide a quick brief of DIN. I'm going to cover the what, why, and how of the project. And this is going to be more tailored for newcomers, as well as those of you who need a refresher on what DIN is. And following this, I'm going to highlight some of our most significant milestones that we have achieved so far. And then I'm just going to hand over to EG, who is going to delve into the current state of DIN. And finally, both of us are going to address the challenges ahead, as well as the next steps that DIN is going to undergo. All right, so what is DIN? I would say think of it as decentralized RPC as a service. In essence, we've designed a network where providers can earn revenue and customers can enjoy endpoints that mimic their current experience. So for example, imagine having one always-on endpoint that connects you to different blockchains. Behind the scenes, though, the traffic is served through a network of providers instead of a single source. And you might be asking yourself, why do this? Well, looking at the provider space through the lens of the Web3 ethos, we have noticed that it suffers from a lot of the common centralization issues. So a lot of the providers tend to be single points of failure, and a lot of them are susceptible to availability issues, whether that's due to technical issues or regulations issues or provider limitations as a whole. So, and also there is an adversarial relationship between all providers, and essentially we're all doing similar things to provide the service, but there is wasted effort recreating our respective stacks. And now that I've addressed the problem statement, let's envision the future of DIN's state of RPC as a service and why it's exciting. As DIN realizes its full potential, users can anticipate an elevated quality of service and an enhanced availability. So this is made possible through the network's provision of geolocation and infrastructure diversity. And essentially what we're saying is that we will be able to find the best way to route requests to you with minimal latency and with costs that fit your needs. Do you want something more specialized, like a specific virtualized method? We got it. Do you seek cost optimization over latency? We can do that for you. And the beauty of all of this is that this will be packaged in a seamless UX experience. So as a user, you shouldn't really feel much difference from just using like a regular RPC provider. All right, so and all of us are engineers here, the next logical question is, how are we actually going to build this? So we are working towards a decentralized model, but the first step we're taking is for building a federation. And the reason for doing this is because it's very hard to start an initiative like this on the right side of the spectrum, and we're trying to build this in a way that it is sustainable and it's scalable long term. And whilst I'm not going to dive too deeply into the diagram that we're looking at here, EG is going to provide a more in-depth exploration in just a few minutes. But what I do want to stress about this information is that there are a few critical roles played by various actors that are going to contribute to basically realizing Dean's vision. So first, we've got the node operators. So these are reliable and robust service providers who are capable of handling high throughput requests at an agreed upon quality of service. And we currently already have a handful of node providers onboarded onto DIN, as we are preparing to launch failover for Arbitrum, Optimism, and Avalanche for Infura through DIN. Next, we've got the network watchers, and these are actors who will report degraded quality of service with evidence and periodically test the node providers that I was just talking about earlier in order to make sure that we maintain the quality of service of the network. And currently, the network watchers are in a POC state, so we're going to have more updates for them in the coming quarter. Next on the list, we've got the on-chain registry. So this is also in a POC state right now. We're working very hard to get this up and running. And this is also going to help towards building more of Dean's vision of reaching a decentralized state, where providers should be able to declare their capabilities on-chain. And last but not least, we've got the ingress operators. And one of those, which is the DIN router, which again, EG is going to talk about more in a second. But in a nutshell, these are the behind-the-scenes magic makers that I was talking about earlier. So in terms of our journey so far, in case you're not really familiar with what we've been doing, we started off with an announcement in September 2022 at EVE Berlin, where the idea kind of came to life. And then we've had one hell of a year and a half since then. And we've started, obviously, from the logical things of drafting the white paper to putting up together the acceptance criteria for who we want to onboard on the network, all the way down to September 2023, when we've managed to onboard first batch of partners, and we managed to meet up in person in New York, where we together tackled a few of the challenges that you face when you're trying to build a decentralized network. And we kept onboarding more and more partners, iterating on the acceptance criteria, working out the economics side of things. And towards the end of the year, we ended strong with a DIN partner announcement at the Decentralized RPC Summit that I mentioned earlier, as well as enabling the first live offering of DIN, which was Polygon failover for Infura. And in the new year, we had further iterations on the router, further iterations on the acceptance criteria, which brings us to February. Last week, we had the second in-person meetup with our partners in Denver, where we made tremendous progress again on all the different working group topics that we're trying to cover to make this a reality as soon as possible and to offer it to you. And we're here today, and on to bigger and better. So I'm going to hand it over to EG.
Cool, thanks, Iris. All right, so what have we been doing for the last 4 months or so since that last workshop? We did this workshop where we were onboarding new participants, getting them involved in participating in the network in various ways. There were some people that wanted to contribute code, some people that wanted to contribute infrastructure, some people that wanted to actually help with the core development of what will eventually be a DIN protocol. And our first focus is building the DIN gateway. In the previous diagram that you had seen showing the different actors on the network, the DIN gateway is one of those ingress operators where traffic enters the network. And the first thing that we have to build is essentially a reverse proxy or a DIN router that accepts that traffic, authenticates that traffic, and decides how that traffic gets routed out to the network. So that's been the focus of our development the last 3 to 4 months. In parallel to that, we've been onboarding providers. We went from initially having a handful of providers in the spring of last year. Now we have, I believe it's over 40 registered RPC and infrastructure providers that are willing to participate or are already working with us on the network. We've been working on expanding the network capabilities. So the initial design of DIN was focused on Ethereum or EVM RPC. And we quickly saw or found that people were interested in having DIN serve capabilities beyond just EVM compatible networks. So we've been talking to people, figuring out what the use cases are for, or what the requirements are, and making sure that we're adapting our current design in all of the different components, whether it's the router itself, the node kit that I'll get into in a little bit, or some of the other like payment mechanisms that we're designing. Lastly, we started this bounty program, which is intended to help bootstrap demand on the decentralized infrastructure network. There are many talented providers out there that are capable of serving RPC traffic, API traffic, other types of Web3 services, but they are maybe too small to actually go out there and create these partnerships that get them the deal flow that allows them to be profitable. So we as Infura, Consensus, DIN are trying to do that legwork for people that are participating in the network so that they can focus on running the infrastructure and immediately get access to the demand side that we're helping build. This is a little zoomed in version of the DIN gateway. So this is the federated phase of the network, which means it's not permissionless. It's not like anybody can join it. Infura currently has a business that we're running that's a traditional SaaS, and DIN's journey is transitioning Infura from a traditional SaaS business to a more crypto-native Web3 business model. And the first step in that for us is going through this federated phase. So in this federated phase, there's this DIN router that you see in this like purple color. This is the proxy that we've been building. And because we're building it into the existing Infura service for now, it solves some things for us. Things like how we're going to do user authentication and authorization for the network. We're using the traditional like API keys and typical Web 2 permissions to start, while we decide what we're going to do to actually implement this in an on-chain verifiable way. That work is happening in parallel, but this router is now live because we're able to start routing traffic to some of these providers that we've already connected. Iris was mentioning that our first thing that we did was serve the Polygon network late last year. We're adding Avalanche, Arbitrum. There's a few other announcements coming very soon of the networks that are going live on DIN. The way that they're getting access to those networks is through this DIN router that Infura is kind of in front of right now. So if you're already using Infura, you already have access to, or you will have access to these networks as they go live. The intent is that over time, this gateway is not something that only Infura runs. It's a permissionless thing where maybe an infrastructure provider decides they want to run a gateway in addition to their node infrastructure, or maybe they only want to run a gateway and they don't want to run the node infrastructure. Some of the challenges that we're trying to solve at that proxy level is network capacity, that when you have a single point of entry into this network, yes, the node capabilities behind that are horizontally scalable. We can keep adding providers, adding node operators, but you have this single point that will be that point of failure until we actually start to have horizontal scaling across the gateways. Because of that, in the design, we have to factor in how we're going to provide cross-provider consistency, which means if you're going to the Infura gateway or some other gateway, say there's 5 gateways in the future, you're not going to get consistency across them unless you design it into the protocol right now. And we were exploring some things with how we could potentially do that, use maybe on-chain signals to sync session management across gateways. Our current thinking on that is that gateway consistency is specific to gateways. So when you're interacting with a gateway, directly, you have a consistent experience when it comes to the data that you're getting through those API queries. But if you're starting to interact across gateways, that's outside of the scope of the network consistency implementation. Service compatibility is another one where different node operators and infrastructure providers might say, I provide this service or that service, but it's a slightly different flavor. And a user doesn't really encounter that until they run into a bug that actually breaks their application. So that's one of the things that we're building into the design of the Watcher system, which is how it checks and verifies that a service is what it says it is. It's as performant as it should be, and it's meeting the expectations of the user when it comes to the types of responses that it's getting back. And then lastly, extensibility, making sure that in all of the things that we're building, it's extensible not just by the DIN team. We want it to be a community-led initiative to keep adding new functionality to this network. And these are the steps to add a new network or capability to DIN. DIN, while we're initially talking about as decentralized RPC, we really see it more as a decentralized marketplace of APIs and Web3 services. We're starting with EVM-based RPC, but anything that kind of fits this mold right here could potentially be solved on DIN. You need to be able to create a service definition which defines what does your service look like. For something like the RPC, that means what network is it that it supports, maybe what chain ID it's expecting, what RPC methods are specific to this network. So if you use MetaMask and traditional EVM applications, there's a very standard set of Ethereum methods. But maybe somebody creates a new EVM fork and it has 12 new methods, or it only has a subset of those. Somebody here can create a service definition specific to that network, then do the work to create a router plugin so that that router or gateway is aware of what these changes are. And then lastly, somebody needs to create a Watcher test suite or validation suite, which is those checks that I was referring to. How somebody knows that the service that's running actually is adhering to the specification. We have our first version of the on-chain node registry in development right now. This is a very simple YAML representation of what that work is. So you can consider the on-chain registry as a list of providers that are available, a list of services, and a mapping of which services are hosted by various providers. So it's not uniform across this. If you're running DIN infrastructure, if there's going to be this DIN node kit that I'll talk about in a second. If you're running this DIN node kit, it's configurable because of that extensibility and plugin model that I was talking about, where you can pick what you're going to run and support. So that's that extensibility and plugins. Here's an example of a user interacting with the DIN router, and that interacting or sending traffic to this node kit. So the node kit is run by an RPC provider or infrastructure operator. They would be picking and either developing new network plugins and storage plugins to meet the needs of the services that they are planning to offer. Or if you're a ingress operator or gateway, you're maybe adding the integration of a new protocol, some new authentication scheme. Maybe you came up with something to, instead of traditional JSON web token authentication, you have something based on Ethereum private keys, or pretty much anything you can think of. Any kind of account abstraction based authentication model can be supported by a new plugin in this DIN router. So we are trying to design this as an open framework. Back in 2019, when we had first announced this, we had said that this was going to be an open framework that people could extend. Ooh, running out of time, I'm going to have to speed up. The federated architecture looks like this right now, which is Infura, as I said, acting as the initial gateway to the network, passing traffic to the DIN router, which is where we're tweaking the parameters of how traffic gets routed, how much goes to this provider versus another provider, and then we can also play around with different methods of accepting payment for services. I'm going to skip this little bit right here, but in this federated phase, not everybody is running the same infrastructure. Someone might be running a highly indexed stack. Somebody might be running something with more persistent sessions going directly to nodes. We're not trying to say what people run. We're just saying that you need to pass certain validation and performance criteria to be accepted into this network and capable of serving traffic. The bounty program, as I said, is live right now. If there's people in here launching new protocols, layer 1s, layer 2s, app chains, this is something that we're able to help get people RPC access or API access to your new network. And you can reach out to us if you have any questions. Gonna have to speed up challenges. Iris, do you want to take it?
Yeah, sure. So I've got my slides here, so excuse me if I'm looking down. So in terms of challenges, we've got, obviously there's a bunch of challenges that we need to solve on the DIN level, but the ones that we're focusing on right now are moving beyond the federated states. So, you know, the potential for a DIN foundation. We've got the quality of service, which, you know, we're always trying to figure out ways in which we're testing new partners and we're trying to be fair when we're doing that. And also in building the watcher specification, and in terms of the economics is building the on-chain registry.
Yep. Really quick on the R&D next steps. That node kit is under active development. We're adding support for more like high storage, high throughput networks, new protocols like WebSockets and gRPC. And then lastly, working on the first version of on-chain settlement, which is how you move from traditional fiat payments going out to these providers to something that's on-chain and tokenized.
All right, and just to close out the presentation, if we could go to the next slide, we want to leave you with one thought, and that's not that we don't know how to make slides, but rather that there's a lot of challenges that we need to solve on DIN, and these are just some of we're just scratching the surface with this presentation, basically. And last but not least, I just want to save you a few headaches, but what I initially tried to do with this presentation is add a sprinkle of if Denver. So I asked ChatGPT, how would you say thank you in Spork Whale? And this is what it came up with. So thank you for all your time and attention, and trill ondulation.
All right, thank you.
Hello. Can everyone hear me okay? Awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Michael O'Rourke, and I am going to be talking about a playbook for what I would previously call middleware protocols, but now I think is officially DPIN. So to move forward with this talk, what am I talking about? I'm going to be mostly focusing on the economic perspective on these kind of middleware protocols. And I'm going to be leaning heavily on the lessons learned in founding and launching Pocket Network. Some of the key takeaways and kind of the arc of the talk is really going to be talking about what's it mean to launch your protocol, what's it mean to grow your protocol, and then what's it mean to get to sustainability. A little bit about me. I'm co-founder of Pocket Network. I'm the CEO of Grove Incorporated, formerly known as Pocket Network Inc. I am a Florida man. I studied international studies in college and eventually learned to code before founding Pocket and was an iOS engineer for a few years. Real quick to talk about what is Pocket Network solving. So the key thing here is the RPC trilemma. Hat tip to Olshansky for coining this. But it's really about every middleware DPIN protocol is effectively solving the same problem here. We all want to kind of find the middle between reliability, performance, and cost effectiveness. And as an RPC provider, right, we want to make sure that we meet the quality of service, SLAs, and everything while having the cheapest and fastest service possible. And why listen to us? Well, we've got pretty serious experience in terms of theory and practice. We've overcome some pretty serious technical, tokenomic, and social hurdles online. And we are the creators of the first decentralized RPC network. We've been online on mainnet for 3 years. We just had a protocol upgrade last week that we coordinated over 1,000 validators to upgrade the protocol. We peaked at about 2 billion daily relays, and we've served over 700 billion relays. So while this isn't Web2 scale, I think it's meaningful enough scale to kind of hopefully impart some of our lessons. So what's it mean to launch your protocol? As this talk goes on, you'll see this kind of solar punk imagery, and that's just kind of to highlight the optimistic nature of what I think we're building. I really think that we have the opportunity to create new institutions and through these protocols. So that's kind of why I like to have this kind of imagery behind it. So launching a blockchain is really hard. This isn't a not to knock Web2 SaaS services, but these have been really tried and true for the last 20 years. So not only do you have to deal with the front end to back end, your infrastructure, DevOps team, business development, you also have to build a protocol. You also have to deal with the community. In most cases, you have a DAO. You have to design some tokenomics, and honestly, if you're in infrastructure, marketing is really hard in this space. So what I'm hoping to do is, since we've seen so many innovations on the tooling to actually be able to launch these protocols with Comet BFT, with rollups, with Arbitrum, Optimism, and these different protocols, what I want to do is really kind of frame how you can think about launching these things in a practical way and give you at least kind of a path forward. But first, I kind of want to frame how I think about blockchains. If you draw a triangle between governments, religions, and corporations, blockchains sit right in the middle. These are really kind of the first and only 3 major human coordination mechanisms that we've seen in the last 6,000 or so years. And that's why I think this is such a really exciting time, because blockchains are really the first internet-native human coordination mechanism. So when we talk about tokens and these sorts of things, the important thing here is that we're really coordinating people across the internet without knowing who they are, where they're from, and I think that's just incredibly powerful. So what do you have to think about when you're launching your protocol? You've got the supply side that you have to they have to think about, so you have to bootstrap the supply side. I think it's really important to just experiment and iterate. I'm a big fan of don't let the perfect be the enemy of good. That said, you obviously want your protocol to be incredibly secure, and you don't want to deal with any major hacks or anything like that. We think about just one major KPI. Obviously, the simplest is the simpler the better. In our case, it is requests going on the network, or relays, as we call them. When we think about the demand, the founding team should generally be the people driving the demand of the product, at least initially, because generally, in our experience, garnering the supply side is a little bit easier. Also, when you think about capital markets, things you have to think about things like listing your token and what are the economics of the token and whether you're on EVM or you're on IBC or are you on an island. And particularly when it comes to the economics, you don't want to overcomplicate your design of your token. As a heads up, I will be talking a little bit about token price, but this is purely in the context of having an actual sustainable protocol that you want to actually exist for over 100 years. But to talk a little bit about economics, I really think that we overcomplicate our designs a lot. This is not very different from video game design. If you've ever played any MMORPGs, Ultima Online was the largest in the 90s. And in fact, they wrote a paper about the economics of their MMORPG. And this is a picture on the right of their actual economic system. And at the end of the day, all you really need to think about is what's creating the token and what are the sinks for the token, right? So in Pocket's use case, to be a node, you have to buy and stake Pocket to have the right to do work. That's great because in a permissionless system, now the protocol can actually slash you or punish you if you're not adhering to the rules of the protocol itself. In terms of our faucet for the protocol, it's every time a request is created, Pocket is also created once that is verified by the protocol. And you can think about how these things can evolve. For example, you can think about DeFi and various lend-borrow desks and these sorts of things as different kinds of sinks for your token. And at the end of the day, what you really want is an equilibrium. Do you have the amount of Pocket, in our case, Pocket being emitted, equivalent to the amount being burned or being sunk into the system? So you have kind of permanent burn, and then you have things like staking and crypto economic designs. But fundamentally, I actually don't think it's that complicated as long as you really think about kind of the outcome of what you want your token to coordinate, right? And I think that's really, really important to think about. I'm a big fan of how placeholder capital frames kind of decentralized networks. When you're launching your protocol, you really kind of have 4 vectors of decentralization: capital markets, governance, supply, and demand. I'm not talking too much about Pocket's governance in this talk, but we went full decentralization on our supply and governance side of the protocol. Whereas on the demand and capital markets, for us, was a big fat 0. That's because we had to learn what it looks like to have world-class quality of service on a network of people that are running nodes that have all very different setups, right? So in our supply side, we had permissionless supply. Our governance model is 1 person, 1 vote. As long as you participate in the protocol, you can actually claim your vote in a bit of a game. But up until relatively recently, Grove has been the only gateway on top of the network. And it's taken some time to get our capital markets mature. So these are things like, exchanges, DeFi, lend borrow. Like there's a whole ecosystem of capital markets that I think is actually quite critical for tokens, despite honestly being a product person and really wanting to focus mostly on the product. So we're evolving a little bit. You've launched it. Now you're starting to think about growing your protocol. So let's look a little bit about, let's see what that looks like. So you're starting to get traction on your main KPI. In our case, that's relays. Just to give a little story, the first year of Pocket was really just fixing things. We were maybe doing 2 million requests a day for the first few months. And we actually had one of our first users 5x that traffic effectively overnight. And that was actually our first chain halt. We call that fondly the dark blocks phase of Pocket. But what I mean is really focus on your main KPI. It's inevitable that things will break. We are not near Web2 scale where you're seeing trillions and trillions of requests every day. And as apps start to come on the market, it's going to continue to push the infrastructure. And then we have to learn to figure out how to really improve it to be able to maintain that scale. As product people, it's really important to see, are people actually paying for your product? Is your token actually serving a real use case? And within that context, it's really important to see, to think about kind of the right incentives. I think a lot about how people launch their tokens and their networks. And really, if you want these things to last, you really can't front load incentives. You really want people to continually earn and see opportunity over the course of 3, 4, 5, 10, 20 years. And we kind of don't see much of that these days. The other things are, how is your supply and demand scaling? It's always going to be a push and pull, but as I'll talk about in a moment, you'll see how an extreme version of one side or the other can impact your protocol. And of course, down the line, you want to think about decentralizing supply and demand. When you're bootstrapping your ecosystem, I think generally, if you're really focused on building a technical community and people who really care about your vision, friction is good. So just to give you an example, we launched our protocol in July of 2020. We weren't listed until, I believe it was January 2023 on proper exchanges, or I'm sorry, 22, forgive me. And for the first year or so of Pocket being live, you could only buy Pocket through a Telegram OTC. And this is very different from buying something on Uniswap. There was a lot of trust involved. Luckily, we were introduced to some good people, and some of our own investors just decided to help out there. But what was really interesting about this, and that has actually impacted our community to this day, is that friction to be able to trust this Telegram OTC through non-traditional channels really made it such that when people came across Pocket, they had to really care about the product and the project to really kind of take that leap and actually participate in the network. And that's actually formed the foundation of our community until today, and I think is really something that has been a really strong impact for us since we've launched. So let's talk about unsustainable economics. So Pocket has a dynamic inflation. It's purely based on the traffic going through the network. I've got a picture up here at the top of that inflation, and at the bottom I've got a picture of the price of Pocket. So from 21 to 22, we grew from about 10 million requests a day to over 1 billion requests a day. And this was all providing free infrastructure. This resulted in a incredible inflation of the network. I think we were like over 1,000% a year at one point. And this created a really kind of perverted dynamic because we actually had a very supply-led growth in the adoption of the protocol and the token. So you can see here kind of the Pocket price. It maps time-wise, even though the pictures aren't exactly mapped. You'll see our kind of token price going up because people were just kind of printing money. Actually, it was kind of ridiculous. And everyone was also running on the cloud, which is also not very good because kind of that doesn't really align with kind of this RPC trilemma that I mentioned before. So you can see here around January of 22, January to April 22, you'll start to see the emissions start to go down, and that's because the Pocket DAO decided, okay, this is crazy. We need to cut down inflation significantly. And that resulted in a very reflexive cycle for our network. And this actually ended up creating a ton of pain for a couple of reasons, but also there's some silver linings too. So markets will adjust. One of the things that I'm most fascinated by is how the Pocket infrastructure market has actually really been dynamic. So when people were printing money, no one cared, they were on the cloud. But over the next 12 to 18 months, everyone moved to bare metal, and people started buying their own servers and actually getting the most efficient setups they possibly could, which I think is really, really fascinating. But when we talk about an imbalance of supply and demand, we had a massive over-provisioning of infrastructure, not matching the amount of traffic that was being sent to the network, much less paid traffic, because at the time, this was all free, and we were just trying to bootstrap it to prove that this could work at scale. In hindsight, I think one of the key learning lessons that I had was we should probably be much more aggressive about adjustments. I think we should get our protocols used to shocks to the system early on, because I think that really helps our protocols be kind of anti-fragile in this respect. We ended up kind of slowly lowering inflation, which caused a slow bleed. And in hindsight, if we had just kind of cut inflation from 100% to 5%, I think we would have been much more healthy at the end of the day. But that's in hindsight. So just a couple key learnings from this story. Supply is easier than demand. I think you should get your community used to shocks to the system early on. I think we see this just in crypto cycles over the last however many years. It's every 3 or 4 years. We see highs and lows and everything in between. I think being internet native, we're better equipped to actually handle these sorts of things. Supply-led growth is obviously not sustainable. You want a real balance on demand versus supply. The market will become more efficient. DeFi rails would have helped us significantly. We had lots of node runners having to sell their POCT because they were running full archival nodes on AWS, and things like being able to lend POCT, lend USDC and to pay your server bills and be able to pay that back in like your POCT emissions would have helped a lot, for example. And also a committed community will contribute and push a protocol forward. The last 18 months was a lot of pain for the network. And we've had some people, most of the core community has actually stuck around. We've had some consolidation within the supply side network, but at the end of the day, people who really care about it will stick around, which I think has been one of the coolest things to see over the last 18 months. Cool, so I only have 3 minutes left, so I'm going to talk about getting sustainability. So this is what the future looks like. How do we get to the sustainable kind of future that we want? So I have two views. I have a view on how these things should grow on the demand side. Generally, we see them being either foundation-led or corporation for-profit-led. In our case, Grove is a for-profit-led in terms of how we are thinking about decentralizing demand. But for example, Arweave, I believe, is a foundation-led, and you can kind of think about how these different protocols do this, right? I believe that in our case, by building out the tooling and building out the business on top of the protocol, by fundamentally forcing ourselves to have to turn a profit, we can build the best tooling for the right ecosystems for the markets that we're trying to capture, right? Whereas I think it's a different scenario if you have a foundation kind of giving grants to different participants in your ecosystem. And one thing that we've really thought about is how do we create a moat in an open source network when in about 6 months or so we're going to be launching the new version of the protocol which allows us to have permissionless gateways, which is really exciting for us. Like I said before, we've really been the only gateway on top of the network until relatively recently. And last year we really spent thinking about what does a moat as a for-profit company look like in a decentralized network. And also, when I think about decentralization, I think at the end of the day, it depends on how big your market is, and that'll allow for how many kind of niche solutions can actually be built and serving different customers. I think being in the infrastructure space, there's effectively an infinite number of permutations that Web3 developers need, which means that I think there's a lot of opportunity for people to build different types of gateways within our ecosystem. And also, I think it's just really important to build really easily runnable software. To just talk a little bit about Grove's kind of business model within this context. We've spent the last 18 months just building an incredible stack that allows for people to access the 50+ blockchains that we have at sub 150 millisecond latency. What we want to do is really kind of go towards this open core model. Actually, if you look up Open Core Ventures, I think they've got some really good blog posts on like what this means. But generally, what we plan on doing is opening up our own core APIs for our core product, the portal, and we want to be able to enable as many other people to build these gateways as possible. We did this first rather than open sourcing kind of the core Pocket logic, because pragmatically we wanted to be able to get to market sooner, and with the launch of the new version of Pocket, Shannon, we want to be able to enable as many different types of services as possible. But over time, we're going to end up open sourcing our core Pocket logic, which means anyone will be able to run their own sovereign gateway. And for our business, we see our kind of opportunity as being able to sell into these sovereign gateways through these additional APIs that we've gotten really good at serving. So things like real-time data, notifications, and this sort of thing. So you can kind of think of kind of WordPress plugins or some mix of like Shopify and this sort of thing. So at the end of the day, every middleware protocol literally has the same challenges. You want to launch, you want to fix a lot of shit, you want to incentivize supply and figure out what your KPI is, in our case, quality of service, and relays. You want to keep fixing shit, it's going to keep breaking. You want to mature your capital markets, and you kind of want to rein in supply-led growth, like I said in hindsight. And as your market grows, you want to keep fixing shit. And then you want to build out the open source infrastructure to enable kind of this demand side market to flourish. And what I mean by that is I think at the end of the day, DeepIn and middleware projects are really enabling opportunity for entrepreneurs, and that's really dictated by the size of your market at the end of the day, and I think that's really how we should think about this. I think we are in a special position as kind of broadly middleware and DeepIn because we were actually doing the really hard work of actually touching the real world in some way, whether that be through AI, infrastructure, storage, and these sorts of things. I think we have a big opportunity to actually have real Web2 use cases. And by enabling as much opportunity for as many people as possible, you'll actually have an incredibly strong community that can withstand incredible shocks to the system and token up or down or whatever it might be in the future. So that's, I got to end my presentation now, so thank you for your time. And yeah, thanks everyone.
Perfect. Hello, everybody. Thank you for making it to my very early morning talk. I'm going to be talking about Farkas frames and why I think they may be the key to unlocking a 10x improvement in consumer crypto UX. So here's a little graph just to get you excited. Farkas frames were launched a month ago, and they drove a crazy amount of activity on Farcaster. Some of this is bots, of course, but they really made a huge impact on the builder community and have sort of triggered a lot of excitement. And then it's not just people using frames, but there's a lot of developers building frames right now. We've seen thousands of frames be built. A lot of those are unique frames that are built hand by developers. So real quick, who am I and why am I here talking to you about Farcaster frames? I'm not part of the Farcaster team, but I have been building in the Farcaster ecosystem for a while. Originally with Discov, then with Mod, where we were building a protocol for mini apps starting in Farcaster, and then now more recently with Frames.js, and then also Open Frames, which is a standard we're building for frames that work everywhere. The other contribution I made was we made a Farcaster improvement proposal around extending costs with putting rich metadata inside Open Graph URLs shared on Farcaster in order to enable things like polls and games and quizzes and all these things that sort of frames have given us. So what will we go through today? We're going to start with key UX problems in crypto. Then we'll go through sort of what are frames. There's no sort of presumed knowledge around frames or anything like that. Then I'll talk about some of the challenges I see for frames, what some of the key insights we've been sort of noticing so far, and then some bold predictions I have for frames that are maybe a bit out there, but hopefully one of them will come true. So I'm going to start with the key problems in crypto UX right now. I think this sort of illustrates it a little bit, and it's not Wallet Connect's fault, but mobile Wallet Connect just does not work a lot of the times. And even when it does work, it's just too many steps. So the first sort of big problem, I think, is safety. So users should not have to worry about losing all their money when they do a micropayment. And untrusted domains lead to fewer transactions. So I rarely transact on domains that I don't know. And a lot of builders are building new things that are on new domains. And this is really harming adoption of crypto. The second big one is simplicity. So users shouldn't have to care about chains, what token they have on that chain, what unwrap they have to do. And they shouldn't have to bridge in order to use a new product experience. All this abstraction needs to disappear from the user. Users should not have to care about this. I should just have to pay $5 and then I get the experience, and I shouldn't have to think about any of this. And then the third one is speed. So on mobile, Wallet Connect is just really slow. There's too many steps back and forth, and it's just not an experience that's at a level of sort of Web2 UX. So now switching over to frames. So frames are a way for apps and websites to define how another app can embed that website. And we've seen frames be built for a wide variety of uses. The one on the left is a new one where you can create a meme using a frame. So the first step of the frame sort of lets you choose a meme template, and then it runs you through all the inputs it needs to create the meme, and then it lets you mint and share that meme. In the middle, we see the Girl Scout cookies frame, which let you order Girl Scout cookies in a frame. And I ordered some, and I should be getting them pretty soon. And then another type of frame that we've seen very commonly is allowing people to mint or collect entirely through a frame. So here we have a Sound XYZ frame where you can collect the music directly in the frame. And in more detail, this is a frame that lets you play a game like Wordle. So on the very left, I saw this frame in my feed because someone I follow posted about it and was playing it. Then I started playing it. As you can see, sort of I guess frame is the first word. You know, it's very on brand. And then I managed to get it right, and then I can see my streak, and maybe there'll be a leaderboard and other sort of crypto primitives that will get layered into this. So how does a frame work? A frame is some metadata that is added to the website that's shared. So here you can see a couple of properties for the frame. And then the app that wants to render the frame basically scrapes this website, identifies these properties, and then transfers these into a UI for the frame. And so the properties sort of define the first interface, and then they also define how do you get the next frame. So when a user presses a button, the app that is rendering the frame will make a request to the original website for the next frame. And that website may do some sort of action, like a mint in the background or some sort of state transition, and then it will respond with the next frame. And that's how sort of frames are able to have quite expressive, rich UIs entirely embedded within another website. And then how do frame transactions work? So right now, frames only support mint transactions in frame. And that works through this, this sort of type of button that's a mint button that specifies exactly how, exactly what the address of the asset is. And then the app that renders the frame can choose whether to link out to mint that asset or enable minting directly in the app itself. And so the way this actually looks in Warpcast today is a Zora URL becomes a mint button. A user can just press mint, and then they've minted. So this is sort of like a pretty great crypto UX if you compare it to sort of Wallet Connect, where you have to sort of switch apps, do transaction simulation, have risk, and switch between all these apps. And so this is sort of for Mint, which is a very simple action. But there's currently work happening for enabling any kind of transaction in Frame. And so on Monday, there was a draft spec published on how any transaction might happen in Frame. And the solution kind of looks a bit like Wallet Connect. It doesn't use Wallet Connect on mobile. But personally, I'm not the biggest fan of the suggested spec. And I'm going to go into a couple slides on why I think this might not be the right way for most transactions. And even if we go with a spec that feels very similar to Wallet Connect, why long-term, I suspect the most transactions won't happen through a Wallet Connect style, but more like this kind of style where the user just presses 2 buttons, they pay in any kind of currency, and they don't need to worry about safety or having the right token on the right chain. So part of this is the question, what kinds of transactions do we think will be the most common in frames? Will it be transactions that are free? Will it be transactions that are not free but very small? Or will it be transactions that are above $10 and quite expensive? And maybe take a second to think about, what do you think transactions in social will look like? So I think there's going to be a lot of free stuff, but we've already seen that free has its boundaries. Specifically, when you are paying some sort of gas on behalf of the user, very quickly bots can make free very expensive for the frame creator. And so we're seeing free, but only for certain people, and then paid for everyone else. And the other thing we're seeing is just a lot of frames that have some sort of microtransaction. So a small mint, a small sort of mint of an ERC20, game interaction, So my thesis is that most frame transactions will be very small and below $10. And so that sort of informs also how we should be thinking about security for frames and what it actually needs to do. So one of the powerful things around frames is that they sort of take this landscape of all apps, and that includes apps that are secure and insecure and all sorts of things. And it reduces the scope to this frames SDK of like exactly what you can do in a frame. And that SDK is kind of like a guaranteed safe app scope. And so by doing that, you can now take those guaranteed safe apps and embed them in another app without having concerns about security. And so that's really the innovation of frames, is reducing the scope, and then every developer is rewriting how they previously built apps into this very tight scope. And so I think there's an opportunity for us to do the same with smart contracts and transactions, where instead of trying to fit every transaction and make it possible in frame, maybe there's a way we can define a subset of transactions that we know are secure, where the user doesn't have any additional risk besides the sort of the payment for the transaction. You know, they can't lose their life savings by interacting with it. And that's sort of the guaranteed safe transaction subset, right? And that's sort of what we've seen a glimpse at right now with Mint, with Warps and Warpcast. That's sort of like, you know, Zora contracts on base, they've basically said that is like guaranteed safe transactions. We're happy to take money from the user through Apple Pay or Warps, and then we will do the transaction in the background, and we know it's guaranteed safe, and sort of we don't need to worry about Wallet Connect and this sort of flow. And so I think one of the opportunities and one of the challenges right now is how do we generalize that from just mints to all the other things people want to do on chain, from playing a game to minting a meme coin to maybe swapping assets. How can we reduce the scope from all transactions where you need this sort of transaction simulation to this subset where you can make it very simple and embedded in the UX of the app. And so looping back to the crypto UX, sort of Wallet Connect in the current paradigm, you have risk for the user, right? You actually have to worry about what you're pressing, because if you press the wrong thing, all your life savings are gone. And then you also have to have this UX of like transaction simulation. The user needs to understand what's happening. And that's a lot of friction. And so in this sort of guaranteed safe transaction subset, if we find the right abstractions for that in frames, we will have no additional risk, right? You pay $5, the most you can lose is that $5. And then the second part is, chains and bridging, right? You need a certain asset on a certain chain in order to play this game, right? Like, I'm a user, I don't care, just $5 and like, let me do it. And so that's the other thing that this sort of pattern unlocks, is because the app itself is doing the transaction for the user, you can sort of abstract all that away. And then the third thing is just like having to switch between apps, right? You have to connect your wallet, you have to sign a message, you need to sign the transaction. And with frames, you can sort of get rid of that as well. So I have three mental models to leave you with for frames. The first is that smart contracts make backends composable. And I think frames are a technology that are going to make front ends composable. And so that really unlocks a whole new level of composability for the web. The second is that frames are an extension on the Open Graph protocol that extends Open Graph with actions and responses. And so it enables apps on the internet, not just in crypto, to compose each other in a new way. Oh, how do we go back? Oh. Okay. Okay. My computer is trolling me. I don't know what's happening. Is there a button here? Okay, maybe it's my keyboard in my bag that's connected or something. I don't know what happened there. And then the third one is that every smart contract will eventually publish their frame. And that sort of unlocks a lot of interesting things where you actually have an interface to interact with a smart contract, whereas before you didn't. So there's a lot of like, okay, this sounds great, but like, you know, there are some objections here. So mini apps and sort of have been tried before. One sort of notable example is sort of Facebook. Facebook shut down their third-party app marketplace because they monetize through ads. I think frames allow apps to monetize through transactions, and that's very exciting because if Web3 social will just monetize through ads, I think we'll end up with very similar incentives to Web2 social, and it'll look very similar. Because Web3 social can monetize through transactions much more effectively, I think there's an opportunity here for the sort of outcomes to be very different. The other thing that's sort of net new is that frames sign the messages. And so you can independently verify that the action was taken by the user, and that's sort of new. And then the third big one is that the execution on these things matter. And frames are sort of permissionless. Anyone can publish them without approval. And that's sort of different from a lot of other mini app sort of ecosystems that have been tried. The other concern is that frames only work in Farcaster. So at OpenFrames, we've been working with XMTP and Lens and other ecosystems to bring a frame spec to them. And there's really no reason why an Ethereum wallet can't sign a frame just like right now a Farcaster signer can. And then the next one that I've been hearing a lot of is like, okay, this is great, but like I want to do something with my frame and like I can't do it, right? It's limited. And so there are some things that aren't possible today. You can't stream video, you can't play live games, you can't do all transactions. And so there are limitations today, but frames are sort of a month old, and I think a lot of these aren't inherent, and we're going to figure out secure ways to do these without sort of worsening the experience. And then the next one is like, even if crypto UX is as good as Web2, like it actually needs to solve a user, right? Like you can make your app frictionless, but like if it doesn't draw users, then you know it's still not going to be successful. And I think frames are sort of uniquely interesting because of the sort of crypto background on signing messages. Frames without crypto kind of aren't as powerful. And so frames are really a powerful way for us to deliver crypto and sort of Web3 primitives to Web2 and actually demonstrate, hey, this is actually cool and only possible through crypto. And then the next one is iOS App Store rules. There's a couple things around this. I'm sort of running out of time, so I'm going to skip over it. OK, so frames answer the question, why crypto? They increase competition and lower barriers. They will enable permissionless and censorship-resistant front ends. And then a couple other things, really short on time now. OK, last one. So some bold predictions I have by 2026. I think more transactions will happen in frames than via Wallet Connect. Or any pattern that's sort of similar to Wallet Connect, where you have to redirect the user out of your app into a wallet app and then redirect back. OK, I'm getting trolled again. The next one is that a frame will give away $1 million. Credit to Vaj on this one. And then the third one is a very unlikely one, but I still think it might happen. So Notion might integrate frames. They bought Skiff earlier in the year. And if you think about frames, what they do, it's very similar to the way sort of Notion and these sort of all-in-one workspaces like Google Suite are sort of trying to enable a sort of developer ecosystem to emerge on top of them. And so I think we're going to see very similar patterns. Cool. Thank you. You can follow me on Farcaster on the left QR or learn more about what we're building with Frames.js on the right. Thank you very much.
Okay, hello. Going to kick things off. Just a very quick note for everyone on this session. This session was originally supposed to be a fireside chat, but as you can see, I'm here alone, so I'm not doing a fireside chat with anybody else. I figured, given the short notice, probably best to try and involve you fine folks and make this a fireside chat between me and you. So I will give a bit of an intro into my thoughts on why AI needs crypto. I'll give you a bit of an intro to myself and kind of why I care about this, and I'll probably do that for 5-10 minutes, and then hopefully hand it out to you guys. And I'm happy to answer any questions about AI, crypto, decentralization, why AI needs those things, and also what we're doing at Jensen. And obviously I'll explain a little bit more about that. So yeah, I'll kick things off. I'll give you an intro to me, and then and why I think this is an important problem, and then hopefully hand it to you guys. If you do have questions, please, I think, come down to the front and they'll hand you a microphone, or just sort of put your hand up and wave, and I think someone will bring you a microphone, and then we can get you involved. We can make this a kind of interactive sort of fireside chat, ideally. So to kick things off, I'm Ben. I'm the co-founder of Jensen. My background originally is in the machine learning space, so AI and machine learning, not the crypto space. I'm a bit of a recovering academic, so I started out doing a PhD in machine learning back in 2015 when deep learning was exploding for machine learning in general and for computer vision. I think, as we all know now, deep learning and deep neural networks are kind of very exciting. Most people will have interacted with them. Most people will have used ChatGPT and image generation models and things like that. But back in those days, it was kind of within the academic community. And one of the biggest things I realized whilst doing my PhD was the compute crisis that we were starting to be in then, and we're definitely seeing now. My research focused on evolving and growing the structure of deep neural networks, which is an incredibly computationally intensive task. Essentially, you're training and retraining candidate neural networks over and over and over again. I was doing this as a PhD student with 4 GPUs under my desk in a workstation I'd built myself, and Google was starting to do it with thousands of GPUs in a data center that they would run for weeks at a time. And what I realized doing that was that I was being significantly held back by reasons that, to me, weren't necessarily valid. They didn't need to be the case. The main things holding me back were access to capital and access to resources and assets, rather than knowledge or ability. And I realized if that was the case for me, it was the case for a lot of other people in the world, and it was generally holding back the machine learning space and human progress. So Jensen now, as a company, solves that problem. We are a decentralized machine learning compute protocol. So we connect up all of the machine learning capable compute hardware in the world and provide that as a resource to anyone training machine learning models. When I say training, I mean essentially distilling value in data into model parameters or weights. And the current situation, the current way that you do that is to rent time on devices owned by a very small number of people. So AWS, Google Cloud, people like that, they buy up all of these chips and then they rent them out to people for exorbitant prices. Jensen is creating a new infrastructure that sits in between the device owners, so the supply side, and the machine learning engineers, the demand side. And the idea is to be a protocol almost in the Web 1 sense. It's a communication protocol that allows those two parties to interact. And it eliminates all of the centralized bottlenecks and the ways that the companies right now manage to maintain profit. And this kind of leads us on to why, I guess, the topic of this, which is why does AI need crypto? When I say crypto, I mean crypto, decentralization, Web3, kind of whatever we want to call it, blockchain, or the space that we all exist in. And I think there's 2 main reasons in my mind. The first reason is kind of backwards looking. It's looking at the market for machine learning and why people have a monopoly, why they can continue to create profit over the machine learning space. We're generally, as a society, okay with that if that company is bringing something new and novel to the market. What we don't like is rent seeking. And what we see in the machine learning space is lots of rent seeking on top of core resources. Compute is one of the most vital core resources in our minds, and a way to eliminate that rent-seeking behavior is to make a much clearer connection between the owners of the compute and the people who want to use the compute, and stop the cloud giants from being able to essentially sit on top of that compute and make money on it without really doing any additional work, because that's not competition working in the kind of sense it should. So that's the kind of backward-looking view. It also includes the kind of chip shortages that we hear a lot about. We're not making enough chips. It's very hard for us to make those chips. NVIDIA have a very strong hold on the AI market because they're able to do that. and the supply chain of chips themselves is just very difficult. So if you were to just graph the demand of machine learning hardware against the ability for humanity to create more machine learning hardware, those things are diverging very rapidly. Two ways you can address that. One is make more chips. The other is make the usage of the current chips more efficient. And that's what Jensen focuses on. So that's the backward-looking view. That's looking at the market right now and saying, hey, with decentralization, can we change that? And we can. The forward-looking view is, how is the machine learning space going to change? What's going to be different in 5, 10 plus years? One of the things that we think is very important is that we need to make it so that models will be able to interact with the core resources themselves. Right now, everyone training a machine learning model is a person, and they're perfectly happy to go through various kind of like human layer aspects in order to do that. So they'll go through people, they'll use legal contracts to secure trust, they'll interact with businesses, they'll use infrastructure built by people, they'll interact with customer service agents, etc. In the future, we think models will be the ones building other models. For that to happen, all of those human aspects need to be automated away. We need to replace those things with technology, and that's what Jensen's doing. One of the absolutely crucial things there is verification. We need to know that if I have sent a part of a machine learning model to a machine somewhere else in the world, that machine has actually done the training work that I expected it to do. Right now, we do that through lots of kind of human mechanisms. We do KYC, we have contracts, etc., and it's very, very slow, and it's a bottleneck. So if we replace that with technology, we can improve that situation, and we can make models much easier to develop, and we can let models build models. It leads to a very rich ecosystem of autonomous agents, all interacting, all building models themselves, and this essentially embedding space that covers the entire world and all of the compute in the world. I've been speaking for a while now. I'm happy to continue monologuing to you folks, but if you have any questions, I'm also very, very happy to answer those questions. So put your hand up, come down to the front if you want to ask a question. Otherwise, I will just continue telling you my views on machine learning and decentralization. But yeah, please, would love to open this up a little bit.
So one question that I wanted to ask is that there are a few solutions that enable people to rent out their compute that they have, for example, like 4090s, or if you have like V100s or A100s lying around from the used market, for individuals like VastAI, or, you know, VastAI would be a good example of this solution. How's your protocol going to improve on that? And specifically, another item that I was looking into is that the network requirement for individuals is kind of strict because, you know, AI is very bandwidth constrained, and high networking speed is something that AWS has on a pinch, and a lot of consumers and a lot of, you know, small owners of compute don't really have, because, you know, your internet provider is not necessarily going to provide you with gigabit speeds on demand, and that's going to be difficult for us. So how would you go around these two challenges, basically improve on existing solutions and solve the networking issue?
Yeah, two great questions. So I guess to paraphrase, the first one is, how would what we're describing be different from the current centralized aggregators, essentially, where VastAI will allow anyone to list a GPU on their network, and then somebody else can use that, in comparison to a centralized provider where AWS has all the GPUs. So it's kind of an open network. So first question is that. Second question, how do you overcome the latency and bandwidth constraints of a truly open network where maybe you've got 3090s in people's homes running? That's obviously very different from AWS's big InfiniBand cluster of H100s. So on the first question, I think the VastAI approach is a solution to the backwards looking half of what I described as being the problem. So you look at the market right now and you say, I have to go to a centralized provider, they have a stranglehold on the market, and they're able to make enormous profit off me. If we can unlock some latent supply, we can reduce those prices because we can bring supply into the market. I think the centralized approach like VastAI is a good approach. It's an improvement on what we currently have, but it's still bottlenecked. The way that VastAI ensures trust is via centralized KYC, essentially. So they have to onboard every person who brings a GPU to their platform, and they have to essentially ensure the user of the platform against malicious behavior from those supply-side participants. That sort of works right now, but it doesn't scale, because at some point that KYC burden overcomes the benefit of growing that network, and you hit a ceiling. And we saw this back in 2014, there was a company called Vector Dash that came out of Y Combinator. They had this exact same approach. And they ended up pivoting into the cloud gaming space because they realized that overhead of centralized KYC and ensuring trust is just too high. That's why decentralization and blockchain is so interesting, because it allows us to solve that with technology rather than with people. So we can ensure that trust via a chain itself. It's easy to say, it's hard to do. In reality, you have to terminate disputes over very massive machine learning, kind of non-deterministic tasks onto a chain consensus mechanism, which is incredibly difficult. But if you can do that, you've replaced those people portions with technology, and you've made it instantaneous. So that's why you need decentralization on top of something like VAST to scale. VAST as well, if you did just a completely decentralized but kind of token-based alternative to VAST, you would still only solve that portion of the problem. You need the verification, and you need the kind of programmatic transactions to scale to the second portion of what I said earlier, which is machines interacting with machines. It's machines triggering that training and able to use this infrastructure without a human ever involved. In that case, they need wallets, they need tokens, they need access to the other core resources like data and expert knowledge and things like that. And we need all of those portions before we can unlock the true new machine learning future. So VAST kind of improve what we currently have. We view them as like a 10 to 20% improvement on what we currently have. With Jensen, we view as building the next kind of step change. The idea is change the way machine learning is done completely. That leads into your second question, which was the latency bandwidth constraints. And if you look at the way that machine learning development has developed and progressed over the past 5 to 10 years, we've gone down this path of highly centralized models getting bigger and bigger and proving to the world that we can do very interesting things. So we view that as the tip of the spear for research. So the first thing that we do is say, hey, world, look, we can build models that are incredible like this. The way that we've done it is super fragile, and it requires us to put loads of GPUs in a data center together and make them like really fast interconnected, but it works. That's the first step. After that, we go back to kind of general computing principles. We look at distributed systems and we say, how do we actually scale this properly? And what Jensen thinks is that scalability will be highly distributed, highly decentralized. It won't be adding another 1,000 GPUs into a data center. It will be removing that kind of that small step change and saying, what if you can access 1 million MacBooks now? Could you build a model differently over those devices? And I think one of the things that's interesting is the machine learning space has a really short memory. People will look at the progression of these models and they'll think, oh, this is the only way to do this. But actually, if you look back, we've only been doing these hyper-centralized models for a few years. It was a really interesting way of doing it, but there are plenty of other interesting ways to do it. So there's a kind of chicken and egg problem here, and there's a naivety that can come if you're building something like us, where you say, hey, we'll just build this massive network of all the devices in the world, and then people will just turn up and build like crazy decentralized models over it. That's true to some extent, but we also have to prove it. So we're doing research to say, rather than building a hyper-connected model that's fragile and if any piece kind of falls, the whole thing fails, let's build a massive model where it's lots of different pieces all interoperating, and replication between those pieces allows us to drop out pieces and bring in other pieces, combine different modalities, and generally make this huge kind of rich, sharded embedding space over the entire planet's compute resources. And we think that's the true kind of future of AI, rather than these fragile centralized models that we're sort of focusing on as society right now. That view of AGI as being like one model in OpenAI's data center, we think is just flawed. It's a very short-term view. The future is rich bits of models everywhere on everyone here's phone, and then if you're running something through those models, you're going to connect up all the different pieces as and when you need to get the answer that you need.
Hey, I was wondering how you would ensure the privacy, like I send someone my model and then perhaps someone steals it and now there are like disputes and stuff like that.
Great question. Another tricky one. So that's something that we care about a lot. As a brief aside, my previous startup was actually in the privacy space. So I was building individual consumer privacy tooling. I think in the future we will have a lot more control and agency over our own data. I think we've gone down a path particularly with social media, where we've we've become accustomed to giving up a lot of our data in exchange for services, but not in a kind of granular consent-based way. And I think we do need to move back to that. I think it's slowly happening. What I learned from my previous startup is that a startup's probably not going to do it. It's going to have to come from one of the big kind of giants who already have a lot of us as users. Apple are doing pretty good work on this. They've got it as a brand value, and they're doing really good research. So it's starting to happen. But when it comes to our infrastructure and the decentralization of AI, what we found when we talked to potential users of this system is that actually a lot of machine learning work is happening in the open. We're seeing a lot of open source models being developed. They're being developed on open source data. Compute as a barrier is actually much larger than the access to data and access to model architectures. So a lot of people are using open versions of those two things, but still can't access compute. So what we found is 50% of those people are happy to use completely open compute where everyone can see what they're doing, just because they're unable to do that right now and they want to be able to build these models. After that 50%, the remaining 50% are split into two. So all of them care about data privacy, like the individual training data going into models, and half of them care about model privacy, which is the weights or architecture of the models themselves, the kind of proprietary design of the model. That gives us a roadmap to say we can develop in the open. We can build the primitives, the verification, the hard things, the bandwidth and latency kind of research to overcome those constraints on completely open models at first, and then we can move to data. After that, we move to models. And the roadmap that we have on the technical side reflects that. So right now, building in the open, obviously you don't need extra technology. To build on top of private data, there are various techniques that are coming to fruition. So you can do things like differential privacy. It's very tricky, but it allows you to essentially anonymize data that goes into models, so you can take out the kind of individual aspects and use the value in the data without identifying people. It's subject to attacks, and there's lots of reasons why it's hard to implement, but it's possible. Another one is functional encryption, where there's a really interesting technique you can do with a neural network where you replace the first layer of the network with a functional encryption key. And that key then decrypts the data, but only for the operations of the network. So it's homomorphic over the rest of the execution of the network. Very long story short, that lets you train on ciphertext. So you can encrypt your data with an unencrypted model. You can send that encrypted data to a party who has the model and the compute power. They can train the model on that data, and they can send the model back, and they've never seen the data. They have no way of decrypting it. So that solves the data privacy problem. It also comes with downsides. You then have a model that every time you want to run data through it, you have to encrypt it first, which is a bit annoying, and you kind of lose a little bit of information in the data, but it works. The final piece is the model privacy piece, and that's where fully homomorphic encryption comes in. Fully homomorphic encryption is very early as a technology. It's possible for model inference right now. It's very, very slow, and it's incredibly slow for training. So from our perspective, it's maybe 5 years out before we'll get that really realistically applied to training, but it gives us a solution, and it gives us a roadmap to work towards. So there's some pretty exciting techniques in summary, and there's also, we have a roadmap for what the users actually want. And surprisingly, half of the users in the early cases just want to build open source models on open source data, but at the moment they can't get compute.
I guess it's going to be me again. One of the problems that I saw in the space is that, the fact that the compute comes in many different forms and it's not uniform, and that specifically plays very strongly into NVIDIA's hands. Basically, right now, if you look at this space, that there are kind of 2 points, in terms of the training data, and that kind of gets all the other vendors of compute out of the game. So basically right now, if you want to get state-of-the-art with, say, good FP8 or Int8 capabilities, you look for H100. And if you're looking for a more cost-sensitive, especially on the supplier side, that's probably going to be like 2 generations back. V100 would be the best choice for you. However, there are like a lot of solutions by AMD, by Intel. They are coming up with their Gaudi line. And the question here is that how do you ensure that in this case you get, if most people are optimizing for NVIDIA, how do you make sure that people having compute from other vendors, say Apple is completely up tap right now, and they have pretty good machine learning capabilities. How do you make sure that those people get, a fair return on their compute? Because in that case, if you have like a lot of AI models optimized for NVIDIA, they disproportionately reward NVIDIA's hardware in terms of performance. As a result, if you have AMD, you're struggling to get good returns on your, because the model just does not provide, just does not run well enough with AMD hardware, for example.
Yeah, another great question. I think one of the issues here is NVIDIA's ability to capture the market with CUDA, so the software side of the market. And I'm going to have to be very quick here because I only have a few seconds left. But in essence, that's down to the protocol design. So we're building the software layer that allows that to happen. Our long-term goal, and I think this is probably why we differ from the networks that you see that are only addressing half of the two things that I mentioned at the beginning. They're only addressing the current situation, so the way that models are currently built and the way the market currently works, and they're not looking forward to the way the market is going to work in the future. If you're looking forward, I think we need to focus on commoditization of compute. If you look at most machine learning engineers who are after hardware, they think they need the H100s, the H200s, the most powerful devices that they can get from NVIDIA. But in reality, the tasks that they're doing don't need those pieces of hardware. They could work over AMD hardware, they could work over Intel hardware, they could work over some of the custom chips, but the software layer doesn't exist. And so the proper protocol design involves solving the trust problems, but also solving those software problems. And I think that's one of the things that's really difficult. And one of the big problems is it takes a long time and it's very expensive to do because NVIDIA has been very careful to capture that stack with CUDA. You essentially have to disrupt CUDA and you have to build around it so that you can bring in the other devices. It's something we're focusing on very heavily. We're building an entire stack to do reproducible machine learning over heterogeneous devices. And the idea of that is it allows machine learning engineers to stop thinking about which device they're using and just think about the fact that they need to distill value in data into models, and that's it. They should only have to think about that. It's a little bit similar to the serverless shift within tech in general, where Heroku allowed people to not think about that. I'm being told to wrap up, so I will wrap up there, but please ask me any questions. I'll hang around for a while and happy to talk more. Thank you.
All right, GM, everyone. Can we hear me okay? Excellent. Thank you so much for joining and for being here as part of ETH Denver 2024. All right, sorry, I'm a little shorter than our last speaker, so we'll have to adjust. Appreciate the guidance here. So I'm going to introduce myself progressively, starting with the earliest on-chain forms of identity and building up to the on-chain identity that we enjoy today, where we'll discuss how Intents and AI can bring this identity to life beyond our existing protocols. The aggregation of your identity is a signal of intent. It shows your past patterns of who you are, what you like, who you hang out with, and where you spend your time and treasure. So today, we're going to talk about how we can learn who you are starting with your keys, and how we, as builders, can create experiences around that signal. But if you really want to be friends on chain and skip my introduction, you can scan the QR code and connect with my wallet directly. To begin this progressive introduction, first we have my public key. On June 30th, 2015, Ethereum mainnet launched and users got their very first form of on-chain identity, a public address. But if I just introduce myself to all of you with this address, we're not going to have a great conversation. The only way we can talk to each other is to send ETH from one wallet to another. So enter the second form of on-chain identity, tokens. If you look at my wallet, you can see that my address has ETH mapped to it. So you know there is token value associated with that public key, but you're going to have to do some digging to understand how it got there. Was it wanted, unwanted, stolen, airdropped, gifted? We need a little bit more information to understand. You can also see that I have signed things with my keys, so you know that they're being used. But you still don't know very much about me. By the looks of it, I could be a bot. The next form of identity on-chain that evolved was the ERC20 on top of Ethereum. In October of 2015, one of the first was Augur, a prediction market, to launch such a token. If we look closely, you'll see that I have 75 friends with benefits tokens. So these don't just represent financial value, but also access to events, content, and a Discord channel. The fact that I still hold these tokens through bull and bear markets means that I have diamond hands, and that I may value access to that community more than the value of selling at the top. Based on holding these tokens, you might guess that I know some other token holders because we have access to the same spaces, chat channels, and parties, or that I care about culture on chain because of the mission of FWB. You might see that I did not purchase these tokens, but rather they were sent to me, which means that I either received them in a very nice error, or a good friend was being very kind and welcoming to me in order to allow me to join the community. Now, in November of 2017, CryptoKitties pioneered the ERC721, and so now we have more tokens to give context to who I am in front of all of you on this stage. Unlike ERC20s, each ERC721 has a unique token ID. The first set of NFTs that we see here signal that I'm a fan of the artist Dave Krugman. And I've purchased these tokens of his photography specifically so I could own unique photographs that Dave has taken of rain in New York City. You will also see that I have a couple NFTs that were created by a group of independent artists and experimenters, and that the holders of this collection include active wallets that hold similar NFTs to mine, like Crypto Dick Butts. So you know I got the alpha. You could also surmise that holding these assets signals a similar taste profile, so you might be able to consider those addresses like mine. As we know, NFT utility can extend far beyond art alone. If we look more closely, some of these NFTs signal token gating access and support. So for example, from this you can see that I support Shibuya, the project led by People Pleaser, Pool Together, as indicated by my Friends of Pool NFT that I minted, G-Money and his Admit1 experiment, as well as Boys Club, which is a global community of women and non-binary people in Web3. So if you identify that way, please visit boysclub.vip and join us. So here you can see that these NFTs now signal not only affiliation and affinity, but also my financial power. Now here, we can see the next form of on-chain identity that's a little bit more human readable, ENS. Now show of hands, who has an ENS name here today? Excellent. So we are all pretty familiar with the fact that this allows us to create a human-readable identifier, an alias for our address that makes it easier for others to find us. However, that address can include profile traits that we write down ourselves that are not always accurate. So, I thought it would be funny to map my ENS to @ParisHilton on Twitter, but obviously that is not true. I am not Paris Hilton. And similarly, I am not the creative director of the fashion house Chloe, and yet I own GabriellaHurst.eth. And so here we see the difference between self-attested data and independently verifiable data. So things that I say about myself that may or may not be true versus things that you can validate. Now here, we see a little bit more recent evolution of on-chain assets and identity. You can see that I own some real-world assets in my wallet. Real-world assets in the form of domain names that are controlled by my keys, so they are not subject to front-end DNS hacks like many other traditional domains. It's like a handshake between my keys and the domains, showing that they are all controlled by the same person, me. So in order to buy these domains, I had to fill out a whois form stored on an encrypted proxy. I also have POAPs that signal I obtained these assets from the creators of the corresponding events. So for example, that I met Patricio from POAP in person. However, there's a red herring hiding in here because I did not attend the Kygo show in New York City in July. In fact, I wasn't even in the state of New York. And so here we see the difference between mapping a token to your keys and being able to validate what that token represents. We've moved as an ecosystem from mere transactions to meaningful interactions. Kind of like, the movement from liking someone's post to actually commenting on it to collecting it on-chain through a Lens protocol client interface. Here we can see even more of my identity, that I have received a credential from Glacier, so I'm interested in decentralized physical infrastructure and qualify for their upcoming airdrop. That I own NFTs and other wallets for which I can prove that custody, and the fact that I utilize Coinbase and am a verified user. Additionally, I can be the subject of peer-to-peer attestations, such as on-chain attestations like EIS that signal that other people think I know a lot about Web3. However, those attestations are only as trusted as the party who said them. And so again, we need a little bit more context. Now, if we dig into the accounts that I have associated with my public key, we can start to reach beyond the chain and see what else I have secured by my public key, but and therefore made available for others to discover. You can see on the Disco platform that I have associated assorted social handles, such as a Twitter handle and a Discord handle. Now, these associations, unlike ENS, are a handshake where both handles have to agree to be associated with each other. If you follow through to my Twitter account, you'll see that I'm a member of an organization called InkDAO, which means we all have matching ERC 721 tattoos in the EIP font because we're committed to public immutability. You've learned quite a lot about me since we started this conversation, and so now we're starting to extend into ways that my keys relate beyond the chain to who I am standing in front of you. Last fall, in partnership with our fellow builders at Gossip Protocol and Kiki World, we created a full stack fingertip on-chain experience. The Kiki team developed an NFC chip embedded fingernail that I have glued on my hand today if you want to check it out later. And Disco released the world's first wallet-to-wallet decentralized contact exchange using private data, allowing you to relate a variety of social handles to your address and to create bidirectional proofs with everyone who taps your hand or interacts with you. And to shortcut that experience, the QR code that I shared at the very beginning is the same flow, so you can all enjoy it. Here we have a little bit of coverage of this experiment from our friends at 1:37 p.m., although you also may have seen this in Vogue Business or on the runway at New York Fashion Week a few weeks ago. Here we've got our friend and fellow builder Stani modeling what these look like. And so this interaction enables people to tap a fingernail, connect their wallet or email, and exchange that contact information to continue their relationship on-chain in a way that no app can take away from them, and they can choose to carry anywhere. So shout out to the Avera family modeling here, and also Lens protocol, which is now permissionless. So everyone go sign up at lens.xyz. So if we dig in a little bit more deeply, what's behind what's going on in my fingernail here? If you were to look at the social graph I've created around my address, you'll see that I have a bunch of new friends from the conference so far. Some know each other and some don't, as evidenced by the graph of these connections that I have created. Now, on the back end, these are all signed pieces of verifiable data that can be easily read by a smart contract or application or even an agent. These proofs of in-person interaction show that for these particular individuals, their phone touched my hand. But, for example, I have known a guy named Igor Lilich on this list since 2018, but I only saw him recently 2 days ago. And so we don't necessarily have all of the context of what happened before these interactions. At Disco, both from the social layer and the entity layer, our interfaces combine data from both Web 2 and Web 3 to provide a more holistic picture of who you are. So not only can you identify this great variety of traits, but also you as an ecosystem lead or growth leader can understand how to interact with people more capably based on their expression. Whether that is understanding what we call the legit score, or what is the likelihood that this address embodies the traits that you are seeking, to the credentials that attest to where this individual might spend time or where I might be reading newsletters or hanging out inside of apps. So now we have quite a lot to work with. Based on the data that we have explored both on and beyond the chain secured by my keys, please allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Evan. I'm the founder of Disco.xyz, also known as this beautiful larva lad here. And if you want to prove that we interacted with each other in person, you can go ahead and scan that QR code to connect your wallet or email address. So in summary, based on the data that we reviewed here today, I am the founder of Disco, but I'm also known as Evan.eth. You can find me as proven authority on Twitter or on Lens or at Evan on Farcaster. I've got an 80 out of 100 legit score based on what I've decided to share, so I could probably do a little bit better. I use the she, her pronouns as I have attested in my profile, and I prefer the English language for reading documentation and interacting with others. I'm a newsletter subscriber, a big fan of a few of those, and I am based in the United States, often active between 6 a.m. and 11 p.m. I own keys. I own tokens, both fungible and non-fungible. I own domain names. I own social handles. And I own a body. I support Pull Together. I support Shibuya. I support Boys Club and Bankless, NFT Now, Pleaser DAO, 9DCC, and POAP. I spend time with and interact with people who also are on the Disco team and affiliated with the Disco ecosystem. But I also am a member of Boys Club, an active member in InkDAO, a participant in FWB, a fan of G-Money's multiple projects from Admit1 to 9DCC and beyond, a member of the DGen Alpha Chat Chab Team 6, a member of the multisig of Alongside DeFi, and a member in the center of my own social graph, where I, like this disco ball, am the multifaceted center of the party, reflecting my identity to the world, however I decide. I like identity technologies, crypto, music, and art. You can see from the type of data that I have that I'm involved in decentralized identity as a way to express those traits. I enjoy niche technical standard jokes, as evidenced by both my memes and my tattoos. I'm a participant in decentralized social. You can find my graphs on both centralized and decentralized social platforms. And based on my affinity for 9DCC, Enso Collective, Gossip Protocol, and others, I'm also into on-chain fashion. I'm sharing my identity, which extends Ethereum's security beyond the chain with verifiable signatures, in the same way that restaking allows us to extend the security of the protocol. My patterns of behavior, preferences, and traits signal a past history of intents that you can anticipate and predict. However, guided by my continuing activity, will be made more precise over time. We identified a few red herrings along the way, pieces of data that are presented equally along those that are more accurate, but might not lead us to the right path. For example, the fact that I'm mapped to @ParisHilton on chain, and that looks the same as being mapped to any other Twitter handle. That I didn't actually attend the Kygo show at the Brooklyn Mirage, for which I have a cool NFT. That I did not obtain the unwanted airdropped tokens that are mapped to my public key that you might see and associate with me, even though I did not intend to own them. I own ENSs that do not relate to my actual identity, nor any of the projects I'm affiliated with. I actually bought them to gift them, which highly recommend to everybody if you're onboarding new friends into Web3. And then lastly, we've got a few instances of folks who I actually knew many years ago, but I only have proofs of interacting with them IRL that are recent. So to review our history, we have marched from addresses to tokens to ENS, NFTs, attestations, verifiable data, and now enough information to inform an agent and have it act on my behalf or provide recommendations to me. On-chain addresses have evolved from a simple name to a multifaceted expression spanning beyond chains and beyond Web3 itself. I have gone from a pile of tokens in front of you to your new friend, Evan. At Disco, we describe intents as an action undertaken with a desire to create a state change. It's not explicitly about DeFi, it's about human intention. This means when we do an action, we can achieve a desired outcome. All of the identity signal that I have provided here today is like a non-financial intent, illustrating my interests, my social connections, where I spend my time and resources. This data can be used to identify the types of apps, services, protocols, and communities that are well suited to me without me having to hunt them down. Identity data shortcuts the labor of search, making it easy for agents, in-app and on-chain, to mold experiences around us, personalized to our preferences. This capability means that we can lower the switching costs of moving from one app to another, eliminate the need to fill out forms when you join a new experience, and also facilitate fun competitive activities such as cross-chain vampire attacks. With all this data, personal agents can understand our preferences and actions in a computer-legible and verifiable way. They can curate recommendations, help us engage with brands, or even manage how our data is disclosed. It's like having a Jarvis for your on-chain life. Signature resolution is the key to this overlap, where data signed by on-chain keys creates an agent-legible expression. Signatures show provenance of data, which can be interpreted as reputation when you compute on the aggregate metadata of an address relative to others. I see AI and blockchain as perfect companions, just as our speaker before was saying. AI is an infinite creation and curation machine that can wield a signing key. And blockchains are write once, never erase signature chains of attribution that can self-execute code. Signing and signature resolution are the core of this way forward and what the aggregation of our intents expressed with on-chain identity will look like. We're already seeing real-world examples of how multifaceted identity can lead to future benefits. From flashing your InkDAO tattoo to cut the line and get into a member-hosted event, to Kith, the streetwear company retroactively rewarding previous purchases with loyalty points, or abundant global marketplaces of open service APIs, from Uber to DoorDash, just waiting for agent-based interactions driven by your identity and preferences and paid by your wallet. If your team is interested in crafting personalized experiences tailored to the identity of your ecosystem, if you're interested in identifying audiences like yours across chains and welcoming them into your project or your protocol, if you're excited about building coordination games beyond treasury allocation and introducing yourself with more than your public key, please come talk to me and let's build together. To wrap up, a blockchain is way more than just a set of transactions. Your public and private key pair enables you to craft a digital identity that carries weight, meaning, and even a bit of swagger. Your blockchain address isn't just an alphanumeric string, it's a narrative of your digital life if you choose for it to be. And as we look into the future, that narrative can become more personalized, more fun, more joyful, and more relevant to activities and coordination beyond just spending money. I'll bet anyone here that more transactions will be executed by agents than humans at ETH Denver 2028. And I think identity and intent aggregation is the reason that will be so. So here's to building a future where our on-chain identities are as rich and complex as we are. Thank you so much, ETH Denver. You've been an amazing audience today. Please schedule a demo with my team and say hello to start building together. My name is Evan McMullen, IRL and on-chain, and I'll see you all in the metaverse.
Hello, everyone. My name is Amos. It's my pleasure today to do this workshop on crypto marketing and token launch 101. So just a quick background about myself. So currently, I'm the founder of MetaWeb VC, which is a $30 million fund, early stage crypto fund backed by Sequoia, Dragonfly, and Senzi of the world. At the same time, I'm also the partner at LeadTech, which is a crypto studio and incubator. In terms of my experience, I have been a serial entrepreneur pretty much throughout my entire career. Raised quite a bit of VC money and wore multiple hats back then as a founder and part of the leadership team across product marketing and sales. In terms of some of my more crypto-native experience, I led Near's marketing and expansion into Asia. And on the more traditional side of things, I work with companies like Alibaba, Facebook, YouTube back then. So let's actually get right into the actual topic today, which is crypto marketing and token. So let me start with a quote from Peter Thiel, which is a product never sells itself, which might be contradictory to a lot of folks here, because sometimes you hear saying this product is so good that it actually just sells itself, right? But that's actually almost never true. And in the context of crypto, this principle holds true as well. So token is your most powerful marketing tool. Just a couple examples, like obviously Ethereum back then and the 2017 ICO all started with a bunch of speculation and the money flowing into buying all the tokens and create many wealth story back then. The same applied to DeFi Summer, which was kind of like the start of the last bull run, and obviously immediately afterwards Solana and all the other layer ones, and kind of in the current stage, which is all the L2s and the modularity blockchains. And there are also some additional benefits of launching a token. Because once again, like I'm doing this talk for all the builders out here, right? So besides just the marketing benefits, sometimes it's actually essential for you to launch a token because you actually do want to decentralize the project. At the same time, it also provides you with funding opportunities, both before you actually launch a token and also after you launch a token, which I'm going to explain a little bit later on. At the same time, by having like a successful token, especially achieve like higher ranking on CoinMarketCap and CoinGecko, it also help you with partnership and business development. So here, just a quick checklist for launching a token, and I'm gonna go through each one of them. So first, let's start with the legal setup. For the context of the day, I'm pretty much ignoring some like super degen and meme stuff, which means that you probably don't need a legal setup. But I would say for most other cases, when you do plan to launch a token properly, you do need like a proper legal setup. It could cost anywhere between 20K to 200K. Depends like what you are trying to optimize for and your risk tolerance. You first need to consider jurisdiction, and sometimes like once again depends like how secure and how comprehensive your setup want to be, and obviously tailored to your specific like product offering. You might also need to incorporate in multiple jurisdictions just to fulfill that need. And in certain jurisdictions such as Switzerland, you actually need like a non-action letter in most cases, which could actually take sometimes even more than 6 months to get one. And at the same time, you also most likely need legal opinions issued by a somewhat legit law firm. You actually need it because that's one of the requirements of getting listed. So we're doing the research into the different legal setup and try to set it up all the entities, talking to lawyer, which could actually take anywhere from a couple of weeks to a couple of months, right? This is also the time for you to kind of start designing your tokenomics. In my opinion, this could actually be one of the most important elements here. Because it will significantly affect both the short-term trading dynamics and the longer-term performance of the token. So first and foremost, you actually do need to focus on the token utility and value capture. I know, especially like today, Bitcoin went all the way up to 64K and then drop, and all the altcoins kind of, follow in a much more similar pattern, but just in a more volatile manner. Sometimes people kind of ignore the token utility and value capture part of things, right? But at the end of the day, in the longer term, if you try to move through across different cycles, this is very important. You do want to make sure your token can actually capture value from what you're offering from your product. The other very important element is the token distribution. Which means, for example, what's the percentage of the team, what's the percentage of the treasury, how much are you allocating for ecosystem incentive, what's kind of like the marketing budget that you plan to do, whether that's, going to contribute to the airdrop or some other sort of like, programs. And a very related to topic about this is obviously the lockup schedule. Do you plan to do like immediate lockup for all like investors and team, or you kind of want to wait a little bit? Like, do you plan to do like vesting? How long is it going to be? So all of this will actually change the dynamics of your token in the actual trading environment. So once you have both of those set, you need to start consider listing. And this might be like a very controversial topic because the cost could be ranging from anywhere between zero to millions of dollars in terms of spending. And in my experience, especially with the project that we advise or I participate in the past, we tend to be on the lower end of the threshold. But then again, they are project they end up spending like quite a bit of money. And currently actually performing really, really well, like top 30, top 50 in the coin market cap ranking. So it really depends, right? But first and foremost, you kind of need to consider what's your like listing strategy. For example, in the beginning, do you want to prioritize more on DEX listing or SEX listing? And there's no right answer here, right? It really depends on like your product roadmap, like what's your investor unlock, and even in terms of DEX, because there have been so much innovation in DeFi these days. It's not just AMM right now, right? There are also various order book DEX that you can consider getting listed. There are also a bunch of other creative mechanism, such as BNB launch pool, launch pack, etc. So at the end of the day, the way I look at listing is a way for you to distribute a bunch of tokens and then try to get lots of users. And it's always trading is always a equation between supply and demand. A very related topic immediately afterwards is market making and treasury management. Because if you are trying to get listed, whether on a centralized exchange or like decentralized order book exchange, you do need a market maker. And this is one of the area that the cost could actually have quite like a large range. And there are typically two types of arrangement. One is obviously just traditional market making, which tends to be more like delta neutral, which means that you actually care more about providing liquidity versus trying to sell high and buy low. In terms of the liquidity you provide, it means that you want to have like really good spread, depth, size, volatility, and volume on all the books. And treasury management at the same time, it also provides liquidity, but in a slightly different fashion. It's more about increasing the cash and the asset balance of the treasury. So you do actually want to optimize, in terms of profit, but the profit could easily be calculated in terms of the base token or the fiat or stable coins, right? And just circling back in terms of the cost, one good news about the cost here is that the cost in most cases is not like a direct cost. It's more like the implied cost or opportunity costs that you might have lost here through like a market making or treasury management arrangement. Basically, let's say if you want to do a loan to a market maker by lending them some tokens and then provide like a call option for them to buy the token back. Let's say if your strike price is like $3, but the token actually ended up becoming like $6, $7, you lose some of the potential profit, right? But then again, if you do like a traditional treasury management style or Even in some cases, there are some like market making bots these days that even the project ran themselves. For you to complete, for you to provide like a good liquidity on the exchange, besides your own tokens, you also need to have a bunch of stable coins, right? Which obviously means you actually need to have that much money to be able to provide liquidity. So anyways, there are obviously pros and cons here. This topic itself actually could go into like hours and hours. So I'm gonna just skip it for now. But if you're like really interested, I actually have a panel with Wintermute and CoinDex tomorrow to talk about more in depth about market making and treasury management. So let's actually move on to the most important part today, which is the marketing and community building of a project. So first, let's kind of like divide the marketing and community building efforts into different stages, which is pretty much pre-listing once or first you got listed, and then after you got listed. I would say especially in the pre-listing stage, you probably need to spend anywhere between 10K to 50K in terms of like your fixed costs, meaning like salaries on a place like Twitter ads, etc. Using a bunch of services, and you also need like a token budget. And even before you have a token that's actually launched, you can always build like different incentive program around it. It's actually future airdrops to kind of like try to generate hype here, right? But the goal here, like in the pre-listing stage, is that you actually want to improve your metrics. Whether that metrics means if your product is live already, meaning like number of users, number of transactions, TVL if you like a DeFi product, and at the same time like your social metrics, like Twitter followers, the size of your Telegram community or Discord community. And the reason why is that most exchanges will look at all of those to assess whether they will list your project and what would be the actual cost. So that's why here is actually very important. Because once again, like if you do like a proper marketing, you could have saved millions and dollars of listing fees or listing budget paid to the exchange, right? And after you finally got listed, you actually need to spend more efforts. And I would say within the first couple of days, maybe even up to 1 to 2 weeks of the token getting listed by a large centralized exchanges, or like IDO or some sort of like initial airdrop. This tends to be the most important area for you to build your project. Like successful execution here means that you can actually continue the hype and build up, the awareness, getting like more users, right? Even that means that you're not getting any sleep during that period. But the point here is that you actually do want to, like I mentioned, supply demand. You actually want to generate enough, buying pressure to kind of counter the potential selling pressure out here and slightly, move the price up. Because once again, like I mentioned in the beginning, price is your most, the token is your most, powerful marketing tool. Right, and even after the initial listing, like after initial hype, you still need to continue the marketing efforts, focus on fostering your token growth. I know a lot of the builders here, devs here might feel a bit obnoxious about this particular topic. But if you really think about it, there's actually nothing wrong with it because let's leave the regulatory side of things aside for a moment. Making a token, getting a token listed and then trading it, and building a project by launching a token are actually not that different, in the traditional sense of, like a public company, and doing an IPO, right? In the context of, a public company, the most important, metric for the leadership team to assess and strive for is obviously, the return to the shareholder, which means the price. So the same here applies to token and crypto, because at the end of the day, this is a very, speculative market. People are in here, like a lot of the users, trader here, join crypto because they do want to make money, right? So that's why you do actually want to make sure you have enough marketing efforts to promote your tokens. But I'm also not talking about market manipulation here or pump and dump. Simply more about educating your user and make sure they understand what they are getting into. And more specifically, in terms of some of the more like tactical sort of thing, the execution part of the marketing strategy, I kind of divide them into like 4 different buckets. On one hand, is the product marketing, because once again, everything starts with product, right? Especially for a project who have their product live first and then launch a token. It is important for you to do proper marketing to attract lots of users, and maybe in some case, developers here to kind of improve your metrics because it will help with the listing of it. At the same time, BD and partnership, even though it's not directly falling under into marketing, is also pretty important. Because in the context of crypto, people saw all the the partnership announcement, different protocol using your product, or you guys co-market something together. It is something that the token holders and traders care about. And even from the fundamental side of things, you actually do want like more partner to use your product, right? So BD and partnership here are also very important. And then we move on to content marketing, which obviously goes beyond just writing a blog post. It's also about social media content. There could be lots of like video content. Even just tweets. Those also have to be done in a very strategic manner. Last but not least, is about distribution and amplification, right? In a simple sense, is about working with different distribution platforms. There are like many platforms out there like Galaxy, etc. But at the same time, it's also about working with KOLs, with influencer, and obviously once you get listed and have a token live, that's actually the most effective amplification and distribution tool. Since we still have a little bit of time, I would like to go through just a particular case study that kind of summarize a lot of the points that I talk about here. So this is actually a pretty popular model. It's especially popular in this like current run. And I kind of personally call it the investor and team unlock after a year. This is extremely, especially applicable to like an infra project, especially those with stronger like investor lineup. There are lots of upside in terms of doing this because, like I said in the beginning, it's always about supply and demand, right? So if you actually limit the initial liquidity for the first 6 months to a year, because at the time there's no investor or team unlock, there's actually relatively small liquidity at the time. And because it's about supply demand, and if you do like a proper good marketing, if you have like strong product, that means that you probably will have like really strong price performance, right? And that also means that you will have like a really high market cap and FDV, and because also the low liquidity and the really high prices, it will also contribute to like a very active markets for future, which means like more volume, more user, and more attention awareness. So this actually has really good and strong marketing effect. Obviously, there are a couple potential downside of doing this. On one hand, obviously it is somewhat challenging to counter the selling pressure after the unlocks. And if you're like still in the early stage of launching a project, you might face some difficulty because some investor would prefer shorter lockup or shorter vesting schedule, right? And last but not least, team can also not sell directly during this time. And sometimes it could obviously affect the morale of the team, etc. But one of the reasons that I kind of recommend this model is that if you look at some like recent success, like Celestial, Outlayer, etc., it all kind of fall into this model. And if you even move into the last bull, right, Solana actually has this exact same model, right? Especially if you plan to launch a token in the next couple of weeks to months, I believe we're still in the early stage of a bull market. So it is actually possible and perhaps very doable to potentially counter a lot of the selling pressure. And in reality, once your token gets unlocked, you can also probably do like OTC and the same, apply to the investor as well. So in conclusion, so if there's one takeaway from the workshop today, is that token is your most important friend and marketing tool in the context of crypto. You definitely want to prepare in advance. If you don't have someone on your team already with experience in this, you need to find like advisor, investor, and team and people who can help you with it. And if you have more questions, just feel free to reach out to me on Twitter, and happy to take it from here. Thanks again for your time.
Hello. Hello. Before we begin, I have this slide for you. You can scan it with your phone, the QR code, or you can enter in the shortened link at the bottom, and that's going to give you access to the presentation. It'll go to a Google folder, and then you should have the ability to follow along, etc. Just wanted to give that as a nice reference point. Let's begin. So, today I'm talking about the NFT's utility. We're talking about yesterday, today, and tomorrow. So going to give a high-level overview, kind of talk about what's going on today, and then segueing in for possibilities with the NFT in the future. And my name is Jamie Steinberg. I'm DevRel at Reservoir. Reservoir is NFT infrastructure, so APIs, SDKs, that sort of thing. I'm also an active SheFi participant. I'm a city lead for the city of Chicago. And then I am also an active Boys Club member. If you'd like, but no pressure, you're welcome to follow me on some socials. I'm most active on Warpcast, and my handle is Chicago. And secondary, if you'd like to reach out to me on Twitter, my account is JamieChicago312. All right, so let's get into it. You might have some questions as the presentation goes on, and I want to make sure I answer those questions. So we have a QR code that you can scan, another QR code, or you can access the shortened link up top, and that will send you to a form, and that form will submit a question to me, and I will make sure to answer you either later today in this presentation or async through email within the next 1 to 2 weeks. Appreciate your patience. Now, going over what we're talking about today is 3 sections. We're going to have that brief history, current landscape, and the future utility, all NFT related. So let's start with a brief history. Some of you might be very familiar, some of you might not be as familiar. So this is kind of just to bring us all up to speed. The first NFT that was ever minted was in 2014. And it was on Namecoin blockchain. And I realized that I did not define what an NFT was. So let me rewind that back. An NFT is a non-fungible token. In this case, it is a token that does not have another one that is the same. So that is what an NFT is, in case there's anybody that doesn't know, because I know some people are watching online. All right, so after the first NFT was minted in 2014, not a ton of things going on, to be honest. And then 2015, as we all know and love, Ethereum launched in July. Kudos. Fast forwarding to 2017, CryptoPunks. So this is not the ERC 721 that we all know. It was actually a modified ERC 20 contract. And the way that I think about it is like the first real NFT collection that people started minting, buying, selling, all that stuff. That was introduced in June. And then following that, there was something called CryptoCats, and then CryptoKitties. So CryptoKitties, if you were around, if you were trading, if you were minting, you probably were like, oh my God, gas fees are really high now, thanks to CryptoKitties. Now CryptoKitties, thanks to the high gas costs, also created other blockchains. So Flow, if you know Flow, that was to offset the high gas fees. And as we move on to 2018, we started to see a massive growth in the NFT industry, just in general, just tons of different projects, not all related to like PFPs, but gaming, art, all sorts of ventures. And that is also when the ERC 1155 was introduced. So the ERC 721, which is like a CryptoKitty, that's when it was introduced around then, is a non-fungible token. So each one is unique and cannot be replicated. The ERC 1155 is a semi-fungible, so you can have multiple of the one token. Now moving on to 2020, as we flash back and or prefer not to go there, we were all in lockdown and NFTs kind of exploded. Everyone was online all the time. Everyone was connected. Beeple sold for $69 million at Christie's auction house. And this is when the bubble started to form, leading into the huge NFT boom that we saw. Record sales, record minting, just tons of volume going through. So that's the brief history. The key takeaways to keep in mind are the technology scaled to accommodate the NFT. That does not mean that the technology was for the NFT to get better, but technology as a whole scaled in terms of the Web3 space, and that has really helped the NFT to be better and easier used across all spaces. NFTs are also more than profile pictures, so that's PFP if you did not know. And now we see them in all sorts of different things besides profile pictures. We see them in other things that we will get into in a moment, but some of them are like phygital things. Some of them are memberships, different things like that. And then NFTs have a value beyond monetary. This is more of an anecdotal than a factual. But for me personally, my NFTs, I don't just mint any NFT, and they have a lot of value to me. I like keeping them and I like having them, and it's a memento that I don't have to worry about cluttering the closet. We're going to move on to the next section, and the next section is NFT's current landscape. So let's talk about what's going on with NFTs right now. There's a few things that are happening that I'm going to go over. There are many more things that are going to go over. I hope this inspires you to search about other utilities that I did not cover or go deeper in the ones that I am. So we're going to go over real-world assets, also known as RWAs, probably heard that a bunch, token gating, infrastructure, and also gaming. So real-world assets is probably a better term than phygital, which is physical digital. Real-world assets in this case that we're going to go over is fine art, collectible cards, watches, and also real estate. There are other uses for real-world assets, but they're able to be traded just like any other NFT. And we're going to highlight a few companies that I think are doing really meaningful work in the space. So the first one is Courtyard. Courtyard's awesome because they are allowing you to take your Pokemon cards and trading them digitally versus meeting up at the bookstore as we did as children. So what happens is you send off your cards, they get verified. It doesn't have to be Pokemon cards. It can be baseball cards, other collectible cards. They verify them and they put them in a vault. So now they are safe from fire, smoke, and water damage. And then they mint an NFT. From the NFT, you can trade it. You can list it. You can give it to a friend. Whoever owns the NFT owns the physical item and can withdraw it if they want. I think it's a great way to alleviate some of the friction points that something like eBay in terms of selling your cards. The next one that I'm going to go over is watches. So watches are providing end-to-end tracking and trading ecosystem for luxury watches. So it's very similar. You can see there's a trend. It's very similar to how Courtyard is minting NFTs for cards. Watches is minting NFTs for watches, which are appraised and then locked away and kept safe. So you can trade and swap them. Whoever holds the NFT owns the watch. Masterworks, moving on to the next, is related to fine art. This is more of fractional art owning, so it's separating the piece of art into multiple shares, and you can own one of those shares. The idea is democratizing investing in fine art. And then also Fabrica. So what Fabrica is doing is similar to what Roofstock is doing, which is related to making NFTs to represent land or real estate. And then from there, you can actively trade them. It allows you to do it a lot faster than going through traditional routes to purchase real estate. The next one that I'm going to talk over is token gating. All of you have actually participated in token gating to attend ETH Denver. And that is with the NFT in your token proof, which I will go over in a little bit. But what token gating comes down to is it allows only people with the token to attend an event or possibly to access a document or a membership, different things of that nature, airline, mileage memberships, things like that. And in the case of events, basically people who have the NFT can go. They're approved, they're pre-vetted, and you know that they can attend. People who don't attend, people who don't have the NFT, they might be waitlisted, they gotta wait at the door, different things like that. And I'll go over some companies that are doing some cool things related to this. The other thing that I mentioned is documentation. So I know that when you're in a Google Doc, you wanna share it to people, you have to put in their email, or maybe it's like domain or different things like that. It would be a lot easier if you could say, anybody who holds this NFT can access this document. And I think it really streamlines, especially because the cost of NFTs and gas and different things like that have come down. So these are some companies that are doing some awesome work in relation to token gating. One of them is Charmverse. So if you're familiar with Notion, Charmverse is like Notion, but with NFTs. So you can have the documents only accessible by people who hold that NFT. Another one is events. So I've been using this. You might have seen this around, especially if you're on Warpcast. But it allows people with NFTs to RSVP for an event and be auto-approved, or only people with the NFT can attend the event. You can't even be waitlisted without it. And it's kind of like Facebook events, but on-chain. And you can even do more detailed requirements, like you need Ethereum in your wallet, things like that. The final one is the one that we've all participated in as attendees of ETH Denver, and that's token proof. They also work with other events, so SheFi also has token proof, but you've kind of already gone through the process if you're here. But it's the same concept. It's token gating of an event. Now, I want to talk a little bit about infrastructure. So one of the things that I wanted to talk about besides the NFT utility is kind of the inner workings behind that and what allows us to be able to use NFTs in more unique ways than we have in the past. And so originally, it's a pretty clunky experience. You have to be able to spin up a wallet. You have to keep that passphrase secret. You have to get funds there. You might need to give them your social security number, all sorts of things. And then bridging, it's difficult because you got to sign it, you got to lock it up, you got to wait at the end. And then minting is probably actually the easiest part because you've already done all the steps in order to get the funds to mint something. But things are changing now. One of the great things is we now have account abstraction. So you can sign up and get a wallet with an email or a phone number, and there's less security involved of you having to remember these words or these phrases in order to keep it safe. The other thing is like on-ramping funds is easier than it's ever been. And you're able to do it with a credit card. They don't need your first child or any other information like they used to. And then finally, bridging. Bridging's also become a lot easier. It's become more intent-based. So users can say that they want something and then just sign once and then get it at the end. And it can be instantly. It can be within seconds versus possibly waiting up to 7 days for depending on the bridge. And then finally, minting. If the minting is utilizing something bridging behind the scenes, then that allows users to skip bridging entirely. So there are some companies that are doing some cool stuff with this and making it easier for users to purchase NFTs and get them in their wallet ASAP. One company is Privy. Privy is allowing users to use their email. I think it's the easiest way to onboard people into Web3. People are always talking about how difficult it is, and they have unlocked it. They've made it easy. They're also partnering, to mention Courtyard. They're also partnering with Courtyard. So if you use Courtyard, you've probably already used Privy. Another thing in terms of on-ramping funds would be Crossmint. Crossmint is a credit card payment in order to get the NFT. It's also easy. You just put in your credit card and it mints. Relay allows users to bridge funds instantly, 1 to 10 seconds, from ETH to L2, L2 to L2. And it's also cheap, up to 70% gas savings, which I think is great, especially when you're buying an NFT that's not super expensive. Why would you pay gas 3 times the cost of the NFT? And then finally, Zora. Zora is actually using Relay on the back side in order to allow users to bring any funds that they have and mint seamlessly to another NFT that's on another chain. If anything, they've abstracted the chains so that you don't even have to worry about where are my funds, what chain is the NFT on. It's just seamless, and it's all about, I want this NFT, and I want it now. Boom, it's done. So moving on, to the next section is gaming. And with gaming, we have proof of play. And one of the reasons why I've brought them up today is with their Pirate Nation game, which is an RPG style game, is because they are using an L3. So we have layer 1 Ethereum, expensive gas. We have L2s that roll up onto Ethereum, and L2s are cheaper. We have L2s so that it is easier to do on-chain transactions, but there's still a cost. And if you're playing video games, you know that there's a lot of different possibilities of transactions to occur if it was on a blockchain, and all those transactions would cost money. But if we built an L3, now we've reduced the cost even further. And I think that's what's really exciting, because it's going to allow people to be able to do an on-chain game without breaking the bank. It's going to be very seamless, and I think that's important if we want to get blockchain into gaming, which I think we do. The next part is Zed-Run. So this is a kind of a different style gaming. There's also gaming video games, but there's also gaming betting. And this relates to horse racing, and I tried it out. It's pretty cool. So you're able to see horses race across. You're able to get different attributes for your horses to power them up, different things like that. And it's entirely on-chain, and it's also browser-based. So I think it's a really unique way of using NFTs, because each horse is an NFT. And then they have attributes on top of them, race faster, et cetera. And then finally, the last company that I'm mentioning is Horizon. So the other two that I mentioned are game-specific. Horizon does have a game. They have Skyweaver, which is a trading card game. But I think what's really cool about Horizon is they also have a platform for developers to get their game into Web3, which I think is important because it needs to be plug-and-play functionality and if we want wide adoption. And that is where we stand today in the NFT world. As I said, I didn't go over everything that's going on, but I went over a lot of things. Finally, the future of NFTs. So this is what I'm seeing, and this is what I think is really important in the space. We have automated distribution. So that means users can list their NFTs, and then boom, they're across the ecosystem. They don't have to worry about trying to find the buyer. The buyer will just be able to access it no matter what platform they're on. The next one is creator royalties. I know that there's been a lot of controversy. It's very polarizing. Are we paying them? Are we not paying them? I think that creators are fighting back, and I think that we will see a way in order to enforce it, which I'll get to a little bit more in a second. And then finally, intent-based. So intent-based is related to the user not necessarily doing every single transaction needed, but the user is saying, I want this done, and a solver behind the scenes is doing all of those transactions. So automatic distribution. So at Reservoir, we have a order book where other companies build on top. And when you submit the order, it automatically gets distributed. So you have instant liquidity and instant buyers. For example, OpenSea Pro, Magic Eden, all the orders are going there. Going to creator royalties, Magic Eden just launched their Ethereum market, and they have a creator alliance with hundreds of different creators. And what they're doing is they're using something called payment processor to block orders that don't have royalties. And this is the way that creators are going to be able to get their royalties by blocking sales on other platforms that are not honoring the royalties. And then the last thing is intent-based. So I have Warpcast up here. If you're not familiar, there's something called Warps. It's very much like miles, that you get at an airline and you can redeem those for a flight. But in this case, you can redeem them for an NFT. You can mint them. And it's really cool because you don't have to think about transferring funds or what chain or different things. It's all abstracting it. And Warpcast is doing all the solving behind the scenes in order to get it to your wallet. So that's what I think things are moving towards. I want to thank you for coming for today. I do have the QR code that you can scan, as well as the link, and this is going to the questions. The question page also has a link to the presentation if you would like to review it. So thank you so much for your time, and thank you for attending my talk about the NFT's utility of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. My name is Jamie. I'm DevRel at Reservoir, and if you'd like, you can come over here if you have any questions that you would like to ask in person. Thank you again.
Hey, I'm Ren. I'm an engineer at Electric Capital, and today I'll be talking about smart contract genealogy on Ethereum and other EVM chains. So to start off and to frame the reason why we care about smart contract genealogy, the main goal is to try and answer the question, where is new code first deployed? We view new code as a form of innovation, and we're really trying to answer the question, where is the innovation coming from? So there are a lot of ways to measure innovation. Some are more subjective, while others are more objective. And today I'll be presenting one possible path that is scalable and a way to measure innovation across EVM chains. So to answer the question of how do we detect where innovation originates, we detect when new EVM is deployed via vaguely a three-step process. First, we identify the logic blocks that determine how a smart contract works by analyzing its source code and bytecode. Second, we create a unique identifier, which we call a fingerprint, for each logic block using a cryptographic function, like, for example, MD5 hash. And third, since each logic block is uniquely identifiable, we can tell which contract first introduced the logic, where it was first deployed, and when contracts reuse logic blocks in the future. So to be more concrete about how this actually happens, first we determine all of the paths that a contract code can take from start to finish. These paths are called a control flow graph. So by taking the runtime bytecode that is deployed on-chain, decompiling it, generating a control flow graph, we end up with a bunch of nodes. So within each of these nodes, we create a unique identifier for each step of the path. So for example, a CFG node might look something like jump dest call value is 0, push 2, pushing a value, and then a subsequent jump to the next node to execute along that control flow graph. Well, we can take that list of opcodes and generate a unique identifier, such as by using MD5, to create this fingerprint that we can attribute to that deployed contract, and then track when other contracts deployed on other trains in the future are using that same block of logic. And since each CFG node is uniquely identifiable, we can tell which contract first introduced the logic on-chain and which contracts use the logic in the future. So before I go into the graphs and some of the analysis, some caveats. So for instance, the reason we think using this CFG fingerprinting method is particularly powerful is that changes to constants, function names, or variable names produce the same control flow graph nodes because the sequence of logic within the smart contract doesn't actually change. So when we stripped away the values pushed or popped to the stack in memory, this helps dedupe and better identify novel blocks of logic. So for instance, if you had two wet contracts and one changed some of the function names, maybe they changed some of the constants, that actually produces the same fingerprint. This is particularly good for deduping against things like Sybil attacks, spam, etc. However, comparing absolute differences in CFG nodes is not a perfect metric. So for example, changes in compiler versions can introduce differences in CFG nodes amongst other reasons for differences. So for example, if you were to use the Solidity compiler 0.418 to 0.421, you would have the same set of CFG nodes, but using 0.422 to 0.426, you would introduce 13 new CFG nodes compared to 0.418. That's roughly around 13% of the CFG nodes for the wet contracts. So there is a trade-off in using absolute matches for the fingerprinting for CFG nodes, which we view as a good trade-off at the moment because it results in faster pairwise comparisons at the cost of handling some of this drift in compiler versions over time. So here's a summary graph of where net new blocks of logic are being deployed. And what we generally see is we had this large run-up, kind of like the smart contract revolution, that happened between 2020 and 2021 during DeFi summer and the NFT wave that happened subsequently. And net new logic deployed per month has roughly held up through the bear market. And today, we increasingly see that net new logic is not only on Ethereum, but is starting to appear on BNB, Polygon, and Arbitrum in addition to Ethereum. But if we look at just the contracts deployed in 2023, we decompile those contracts, and then we look at where the logic blocks or the CFG nodes originated or were first deployed. What we see is that 71% of the logic blocks for contracts deployed in 2023 were first deployed on Ethereum, followed by 19% from BNB and 7.2% from Polygon, which is a pretty interesting insight given that Ethereum did not have the most deployed contracts in 2023. But the unique aspect of Ethereum's code base and Ethereum's deployed contracts is that the smart contracts on Ethereum are mostly unique and they're homegrown. And deployments on other EVM chains can often trace their origins to another chain. So on the graph that you see on the screen, we can see that the vast majority of the contracts deployed on Ethereum contain logic that was first deployed on Ethereum. Whereas if you're looking at BNB chain, Polygon, Arbitrum, Base, Scroll, Avalanche, Optimism, the vast majority of the logic that comprise the smart contracts deployed on those chains originate from another chain. And with this line of analysis, we can trace where every block of new logic is first deployed and where it is deployed next. So we end up with some pretty interesting flow graphs that show where code is pulled and where code is being used. The first takeaway that I highlighted earlier is that most of Ethereum's contract logic is only found on Ethereum, comes from Ethereum, and gets reused later on in Ethereum, with a small portion of other chains exporting logic into Ethereum. And Ethereum is also the biggest exporter of new on-chain logic. So chains like BNB, Polygon, Arbitrum, Base, Avalanche, and Optimism, the developers on those chains, when they're writing their smart contracts, are reusing pieces of logic that originated and were first deployed on Ethereum. Second to Ethereum is BNB, which exports a lot of logic, has a lot of deployments, but the vast majority of those deployments comes from code that was first deployed on Ethereum. And lower on the graph, you can see that most of the contract on L2s actually just comes from Ethereum or was first deployed on Ethereum. BNB and Polygon are the next largest creators and exporters of logic, and new logic that appears on BNB and Polygon can make its way onto Ethereum, BNB, Polygon, and the L2s. Anecdotally, this kind of lines up with some of the things that we've seen where BNB and Polygon, due to being low-cost chains, are often the areas where developers might experiment with new primitives, new ideas, due to the low-cost nature of deployment and large user bases on those chains. One of the interesting aspects is we can take all of the deployed contracts from 2023, we decompile them, we have fingerprints for the logic that comprise those deployments, and then we can look and ask the question, in what year did those blocks of logic first appear on-chain, which gives us a sort of vintage-like analysis of when those blocks of logic were first written. So for instance, contracts deployed in 2023 across EVM chains contain a lot more logic that was deployed earlier than 2023 than in 2023, which is a troubling type of result that we found. But it's not necessarily a bad thing, because one of the aspects of smart contracts is that the security is really, really important. And if you have a primitive that's been battle tested, that has a sort of lindiness because it's been live in production for many, many years and has been used by a lot of users, custodies a lot of TVL and assets, you might not necessarily want to rewrite that primitive. Or for instance, if you have a math library or other form of library, there isn't necessarily a strong reason to do so, to rewrite it. But underneath the aggregates, we are seeing a sense of divergence. So we saw earlier that, so on the left-hand side, Ethereum and Scroll bucked the trend of 2023 deployments using net new logic from prior to 2023. And on the right-hand side, we can see that a lot of the faster L2s and cheaper L1s, such as Arbitrum, Avalanche-based BNB Chain, Optimism, and Polygon, the contracts for the percentage of the logic in the contracts deployed in 2023 that were originally and first appeared in 2023 is actually quite low compared to the logic that first appeared in prior years. But on the other side, on the right-hand side with Ethereum and Scroll, you can see that Ethereum actually had a rebound from 2022. And in 2023, we see that a larger proportion of the contracts deployed during that year are using net new logic that first appeared and first was deployed in that year. And Scroll shows a similar trend. So some takeaways that might be valuable for builders, L2s, folks working in ecosystems is that decompiling deployed bytecodes and fingerprinting the control flow graph nodes provides one path to attribute blocks of logic that removes the effect of trivial changes in source code. Over the past few months, we've seen increased Sybil activity on the development side, especially with Scroll and Base. And one very easy way to strip away a lot of trivial changes like changing variable names, function names, constants, is to take a CFG fingerprinting type of approach. It's very easy to quickly dedupe contracts that way. In 2023, most logic in smart contracts still originates from Ethereum, which kind of bucks this idea that the L2s are leading innovation at the moment, but that might still happen in the future. And finally, there is divergence in 2023, where Ethereum showed the first rebound in net new logic, whereas most other EVM chains, the contracts that were deployed in 2023, were still sourcing most of their logic from prior to 2023. Cool. Thank you.
like his job is like to do like.
Ken left. Well, other than that one.
Hey everyone, welcome. Today we are going to talk about onboarding developers to Web3. And we have, just organizations here, 3 organizations that is educating developers around the world. So it will be hopefully a fun panel with different views. And so let's start with introducing ourselves. Maybe Phil, you can start and then we can go from there.
Yeah, sounds good. And yeah, thanks very much for moderating, Gulcan, and it's a pleasure to be on here with you, Jeff, as well. So, brief background on me. I'm Phil. I'm the co-founder of EasyA. Founded EasyA almost about 4 years ago now. Today, we're one of the biggest Web3 education apps. And really, you can think of us like Duolingo for blockchain. So, we're a mobile app. You can check it out on iOS or Android while you're listening to this to get a feel for what it looks like. But our main goal is to lower the barrier to entry for developers coming into Web3, and our mission ultimately is to bring 1 billion developers into Web3 as well. Brief background on me, first got into the space in about 2013 through Bitcoin mining, and then was doing a huge amount of software engineering. Ended up reading law at university, so qualified as an attorney in New York, but then came back and saw the light again, came back and founded EasyA after that. So that's a brief history on myself. Grew up in the UK, did my undergrad at Cambridge, and then founded EasyA together with my brother, fun fact, who is now my co-founder as well. So that's, I guess, the quick sort of 1 minute on EasyA and the EasyA app. But I know that Jeff has a lot more of a storied experience in this space than even me.
Thanks, Phil. I'm Jeff. I am a co-founder of Web3 Builders Alliance. Got into the space a few years back. I spent 30 years as an educator, teaching, and as a school administrator in private schools here in the States. And after the pandemic and some health things, decided I needed a new chapter, and fortunately fell into learning about blockchain and smart contracts. Got together with a group of people and launched what at the time was the Terra Builders Alliance, when Terra was booming. The good old days. And the idea was that, we needed to find a way to upskill, train real senior professional level developers because they were hiring people that were not qualified and couldn't do the work. So that was the seed of what we did. We eventually went Cosmos-wide after Terra crashed, and then moved into Solana and now work on Solana and Sui. We specialize in Rust-based smart contract development. We run a cohort model, live model, which is like a master's uni-style project-based cohort where developers have to ship to DevNet in order to graduate, and then we have additional tracks after that where they continue to develop their skills and where they continue to find opportunities to become sustainable professionals in the space.
Awesome, great summaries. Hey everyone, I'm Gulcan. I'm the co-founder of Ryzen. We also onboard Web2 developers into Web3 like my friends here. And I guess we all have somehow different models, so it will be good to talk about those models today. But how I entered the Web3 world is I have been always very passionate about education, and back in 2016 we started a non-profit in Turkey, where I am from, to address youth unemployment by upskilling young people for tech skills. And we partner with more than 200 enterprises in Turkey to open boot camps and train people in skills that these companies were looking for. So the model was the companies paying for all these trainings we are doing, and they were hiring in cohorts from our boot camps. So obviously it became a huge thing, and we had around 200,000 developers from Turkey enrolling in our website to learn all these skills and then get jobs. And around 2022, they started asking us more about blockchain technology, and they wanted to be a part of the global workforce instead of just finding jobs in the country. That's how we entered the Web3 world, and we publish online courses. They are reached by people all over the world now, but at the same time, we believe a lot in local communities. So we are very active in Turkey, India, and recently started some work in Nigeria, Nepal, Pakistan, and Kenya. That is the story. And right now, like, there are more than 90,000 people on our platform taking the courses and joining other IRL events and trainings. So I would like to, just discover a little bit about different models that we use in educating developers. I think because like all three of us touch the journey of developers from like different levels, it would be good to talk about it because we see a lot of education initiatives in Web3, and I don't think all of them are very effective. So it may be good for us to talk about what we are working on, what we believe in our models, and then we will come to what doesn't work as well. So let's start with what kind of models do you use, Phil, for example, at EasyA?
Yeah, it makes sense, I guess, for us to start because you can think of us as being really like a top of the funnel in the sense that our big focus is on making Web3 very, very, very accessible. And so just like if you look at Duolingo compared to Rosetta Stone, right? Does anybody remember Rosetta Stone or that language learning platform? We've got a couple of people, but more people are probably familiar with Duolingo. I think Duolingo is used by, pretty much everybody who's trying to learn a language today. Whereas with Rosetta Stone, you had to sit down at your laptop and actually install this software, put on a headset, start trying to learn a language that way. With Duolingo, it was in your pocket on a device that you were always with, which was your phone. And we're doing exactly the same thing for Web3. We're bringing all these developers into Web3 by actually making it very, very easy. And so, to come to your question, Gulcan, about the method, it's really by trying to make it easy for people to get started and at the end of the day, inspiring them. So if you can make, for example, learning about Sui or Solana or any one of these other blockchains very, very easy, that's when you can get developers excited about it, and that's when we can all get excited about what this technology actually involves, as opposed to getting bored by, for example, setting up the CLI on your computer or the command line interface. And so this is really where we begin with developers, and then what we do is, of course, we nurture those people and really try to focus on attracting the best founders and entrepreneurs. So over the past couple of months, we've had founders who are funded by A16Z, gone through Y Combinator, got another batch going through the next A16Z crypto startup school too. So, really, really smart people, and that's really what we focus on, just empowering people to learn about this new growing industry, and then at the end of the day, providing them with those connections and opportunities also to actually learn and take their skills to the next level. So that's really our approach and our method. At the end of the day, it boils down to the same approach that Duolingo took to language learning, that we are taking to Web3 learning. And of course, we work with awesome partners that we have here as well in order to get people a little bit further down that journey in terms of maybe they need a little bit of help actually going to the next level, learning a little bit more in depth as well about that actual ecosystem as well.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm at the other end of the spectrum. And really what we want to do is we want to find the people that want to do this professionally. And so we treat them like that, from day one. It is, where there's a lot of programs where it's learning a lot of theory or, copy and pasting a lot of code or forking things over and launching it. Those are all incredibly valuable because it lets people continue to explore. We definitely target the people that want to try to make it a sustainable lifestyle being a Web3 professional developer. Our entrance prerequisite is actually writing the code that's underneath the CLI to engage with the blockchain. So it's doable, but you got to work hard. A lot of our course, which is live remote, is about challenging people and challenging their existing thinking on what's possible. Every one of our builders builds a unique proof of concept during the course. And we let them pick just about anything they want. They just can't pick something that's not a viable product market fit because we want them to think that this is real. We want them to work hard like this is real because it is easy to pick up EasyA and put it in their hands, but by the time people get to us, the last thing they want is easy because they want to work hard to be able to get to the next level. And so we let them do that. We challenge them. And we encouraged them to not just take what they're given and accept it, because if that was the way that the people who built blockchain thought, we wouldn't be sitting here today. We've got to challenge, the thinking on how all of this works every day, and we do. We need to find new solutions to new problems every day, and we can't be afraid of doing that. And that's really, that's really what drives us every day, is kind of this fearlessness of, we're going to try it. We always say, we don't say no. We say, how do you plan on doing that? Okay, let's get rolling. And the other thing is, just about how hard or easy something is. It's easy to get started, but I had someone in Discord yesterday say, I want to build my own protocol. How easy is it? Well, it's not easy. It's hard. People go to school for 4, 6, 8 years to learn how to be developers. It's not easy, but it's doable if that's what you want to do and you're willing to put the work in. So those are the kinds of people that come to us. We get about 150 applicants every cohort, and about 60 of them qualify, and about 20 of them graduate. Those 20, they're ready. They're ready to roll. The other 40, half of them come back and do another cohort because they know that with one more, they can get there.
Yeah, it's great. I think so. Just to emphasize the numbers here as well. At EasyA, you are dealing with maybe 10,000 people or something taking one course, right? When you launch?
More, yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
more.
Exactly.
Okay, great. And you are saying like 150 people. So you are really selecting like really advanced developers to your
yeah,
accounts.
and really, I mean, look, people are like, well, how much background do I need? You need to have 2 of the following 3. You need to be incredibly hardworking and ambitious. You need to know a good amount about blockchain and how smart contracts work, or you need to have a programming background. If you have any 2 of those 3, you could do well with us.
Nice, that's great. So yeah, I want to just emphasize these differences, like where we are touching the lives of people. For Ryzen, we are in the middle of these 2 models actually. So we, as I said, we believe in a lot about local activation because of both our DNAs as founders. I'm big in like community building and grassroots momentum building, movement building. So what we do is like we build courses, but they are online for free. Anybody can take it from the website anytime. But most of the time, people don't finish those courses. I mean, I'm sure all of us experience that, go to an online course and don't finish it. So what we do is like we organize like local workshops, boot camps, or mini hackathons. And what we do is like we ask people to complete some part of the course to come to those events. And then we bring people together as a cohort and help them finish the rest of the course and build their first smart contract or build their first decentralized application. And then from these people, we handpick the ones that are really interested to build more, and we keep supporting them through grants, bounties, or programs like Web3 Builder Alliance. We refer really like promising people, interested people to those programs. And the end goal is, just to have enough people at the end who build like real products. But we are mostly in the middle of that journey of the developers. So just I wanted to emphasize there are different ways to onboard developers, and there's not one size fits all, I guess. So here I want to jump into the question of what doesn't work when we are onboarding developers, do you think? Because like for me, after I switched from Web 2 trainings to Web 3, I have seen a lot of things fail. And we have, just a lot of different experiences. I'm wondering, like, if we become totally honest, what do you think that is not very effective when we are onboarding developers?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'd say from my personal experience, just in terms of my background, before EasyA, we co-founded 2 marketplace startups. And I think that, looking at that experience and what we found there is that when you're a developer and or even just an everyday consumer learning about something new or building a new product, there isn't really a one-size-fits-all. I think that people need to have options. They need to have different ways that they can explore. There isn't just one single way of learning. I think for EasyA, that's really what we've tried to do. And allow them to have that flexibility that they can do it anywhere at any point in time. And I think that that's where it fits really at the, in terms of capturing developers' attention. I think that that's the most important thing for me. I wouldn't necessarily focus too much on the on what doesn't work. I'm more focused on like just opening it up to lots of different people. I think that maybe some stuff doesn't work for certain types of developers, other stuff doesn't work for others, and I think it's just giving developers maybe that opportunity rather than saying, you know what, you can only learn about it by going to the docs, and you just have to read those, and then you have to go and then you have to go and do an example dApp, for example, that's already been laid out there for you and follow X number of steps. I think that it's really just about creating a wide canvas so that developers can learn and then also start to engage more deeply with the material. I think that's my approach to it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that echoing the idea that both Gulcan and Phil have mentioned, one size doesn't fit all. I think one of the things that doesn't work is assuming that the persona of everybody that comes to you is the same. There's going to be more differences in the persona in the character of the people coming than there's going to be similarities. So focusing on the things that are in common across those people. Well, they're here, so they've already taken the first step. Now it's not as much our job to get them here as it is to retain them, and retention is huge. And creating sticky opportunities is something we talk about a lot. What doesn't work? Promising the moon when you can't. Telling people that, hey, if you do this course, I'm going to get you a Web3 job making 6 figures. That's not how it really works in Web3 at the moment. I mean, 78 to 80% of the jobs that people are doing as, quote, professional Web3 developers is gig-based work. It's freelance work. Very few and far between are the big protocols that are paying, 6-figure salaries to developers. That is not the norm. And being really truthful and honest about how the efforts are going to manifest into a sustainable livelihood. You got to be able to have that conversation with people when they get to us and they're like, am I going to get a job off this? Or am I going to get a grant for my project? Or am I going to get investment? You can't promise stuff. You got to be honest about how it works, what is within the locus of control of the builder to, get as close to making it happen as what's in their control. That's what you got to do. False promises are going to do much more to turn people off and spread bad narrative about working professionally in this space. The other side of it for retention-wise is, you got people that want to build an NFT project because they want to get a mint and make a bunch of money. Well, that's great, but you have to have people building sustainable developer economy projects as well, things that can get developers paid in any market conditions. So what doesn't work is making promises that you can't keep or make happen for people. And what doesn't work is assuming that everybody's the same.
Yeah, I think great points. I will add 3 things to this because I think a lot of things don't work when onboarding developers in Web3. In our experience, the first thing is that I think connected to what you are saying, Jeff, a lot of developers, like Web2 developers, are actually coming into Web3 to build a career or to use the skills they use here in their daily jobs. So we actually did a survey with 26,000 developers on our platform. Only 6% of them said that they want to build a startup or a product in Web3. Most of them said that I want to build a career here, either like find a job in Web3 or I want to use the skills I learned here in my daily job, my 9-to-5 job. And when we look at a lot of Web3 programs for developers, they are all like, just we will give you tons of money to build a startup. We will give you tons of money to build a product. We are looking for founders. But let's be realistic. We are talking about only 6% of people who want to build a startup. We are all startup founders here. I know how hard it is. Like if you gave me a chance again, I don't know if I would start Rising or another company. It is like super painful, like to build a team, to build a product that would people use. So building a startup is not for everyone. And so I think that expectation gap is a big problem when onboarding developers. That's the first thing in my experience. The second thing is that we have seen in Electric Capital report as well, 98% of developers that joined Web3 left the field in like 1 year later. So we are talking about 98% of people that is building a product today is going to leave. So when we think about why these people leave, obviously there are a lot of reasons. One of them is lack of job opportunities in Web3 right now. But another thing in my experience is like lack of like local communities that people find. We were talking with Jeff, like some of the like really talented developers from Turkey. They are like, they have this lack of self-confidence about like language skills, for example, when they engage in a global community. So I think like when we have more local communities in countries, people feel more welcome in this space rather than just going and hanging out in a global Discord channel. So that is another thing I think we need to be careful about when going into especially developing countries where tons of people are more interested in crypto. Because like there is definitely a correlation between interest of crypto and inflation and economic problems in countries. You know, why Turkey is one of the top 10 countries in the world using crypto, because we have a lot of economic problems in the country. It means a lot of unemployment as well, which means people are looking for job opportunities or income opportunities in the field. I would say like these things are definitely like some things that don't work right now in the industry. And the final thing I would say is like the expectation setting is super important. We talk with a lot of different protocols. And when like protocols come to us like, hey, we want to see like great products out of these education programs, we have to say like, it is probably not gonna work. Like we are not gonna see a lot of like great products here, but we will have people who have the skills that can help people, founders who will build these companies. So I think this expectation setting is also very important in Web3. And as you said, like, let's be honest, not everybody is gonna find jobs out of these programs, but let's create a workforce that have these skills in Web3. So, okay, after saying all these things, I wanna also ask, like, in your experience, what is the secret sauce of your program? What do you love the most about onboarding developers? Like, what is working the best in your experience?
Yeah, I mean, I love everything that we do at EasyA. I think that this, though, is one of the most valuable and also most exciting parts. What I love is that because of where we are in terms of, we sit at the stage of developers where our job is to inspire and our job is to show developers the opportunities that are available. And that's why I find this so exciting. What I love doing most is actually, we have some of Web3's biggest social media accounts. So if you go on TikTok or Instagram, you'll see us. We have about 320,000 followers on Instagram. We have about 415,000 on TikTok. We have billions and billions of views across platforms as well. So that is what I actually really, really enjoy. It's crafting a narrative and also showing developers what they can do, showing them their journey. For example, recently I just hosted another podcast together with a guy called Ryan Serhant, who you may know of. He's the guy on TikTok or Instagram who basically is, pretty much America's most famous real estate broker. And he was talking about the opportunities that are available for people who are entrepreneurs, but also for people in Web3. And talking a little about the EasyA app. He's actually got a Netflix show coming up, which you should check out. Basically, what I love is crafting this story and also telling the story of different protocols. If you check out what we've done together with Sui, for example, we tell the story of the Fantastic Five, who are the founders behind it. And we also tell the story about Facebook's, or rather Meta nowadays, their failed project, which was Diem, and that then gave rise to Aptos and Sui as well. So I would say, to take it back, what I really, really love is actually being active on social media. I love it, and I love telling stories about different entrepreneurs, their paths into it, because we really focus on the founders side of it. And I think people love hearing stories about people who are very similar to them, who are a couple of steps ahead of them, but they can see their lives actually reflected in the journey that they took ahead of them. So I think it's that, telling a story about other people who are similar to them, and also I just love being active on social media.
you are very good at it.
Yes, you are very good at it. I, on the other hand, depends on who you ask. Secret sauce and what I love, I think our secret sauce is we are small by design, and we are very people-centric. We get to know our people really, really well, which allows us to support them not only while they're in our course, but as a startup that up until 4 or 5 months ago, it was just the core 4 of us that were running this thing for a couple years through the bear market. We have now hired 7 of our graduates to be as part of our team. So the satisfaction of educating and working with people and working really hard and helping them over the times where they didn't think they could do it, or they didn't think it was a good idea, or they didn't think they could be professionals in Web3, to offering them a job and being able to pay them a good salary and get them involved. That's part of it. That's super satisfying. My education roots are embedded in that. The other secret sauce is, we have a mindset of as long as you adhere to responsible stewardship of the blockchain, we could do anything we want. So let's build cool stuff. If you have a cool idea, let's build it. We've got some super innovative stuff that have come out of our cohorts. We've got projects that the foundations that ask us to build things especially for them are innovative, don't exist anywhere yet. That other people said you can't do that, and we're doing it. That's incredible. It's fun. It's the right that we've been given to be responsible about doing it the right way, doing it safe and secure, doing it in a way that is going to fuel adoption, help the unbanked get banked, help people without governance opportunities be able to have transparent governance locally, being able to have global impact from a very small group of people, and being very, very close with the people that you work with on a personal level. That's, I'm an old guy. This is a dream come true in a second career to be able to do this. So, and I think that we're not everybody's cup of tea. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. But for the people that stick around, that feels really good.
Yeah, Jeff knows everyone's by name, right? All your students. Yeah, he's amazing. Yeah, for us, I think what is working the best is always trying to find these opportunities, either job opportunities or income generating opportunities for our students is the best part of our work. And I think it motivates our students a lot too. It is again in parallel with what you guys are saying, I think. So some of the things that makes my day is just when some of our students find a job at one of the just protocols that we are working with, or some of the startups in their ecosystem, that's the best thing. Or we also hire from our graduates, so we hire 2 people full-time, and some of them are our teaching assistants as well, so that is an amazing thing as well. And another thing is when we give people some skills that they can put into their resume, and that would help them find a job or just have an income opportunity, especially if you are from a developing country, that is amazing. And I was so proud when our graduates in Nepal, Pakistan, Kenya, and Nigeria started boot camps in these countries by themselves. They came to us, they said, I want to just do this. I want to increase this impact of Rising in these countries. So that is the best thing, because it is not just empowering them, but also, just giving them a skill to put into their resume and find a job. I know that in these kinds of Web3 conferences, I see that some people are I have seen comments like a good developer wouldn't apply to a job through LinkedIn because they are already a good developer, they will be discovered. I totally disagree with this statement about it is excluding 99.8% of developers in the world. So I think if we want to be onboarding more Web2 developers into Web3, we should be more realistic about how the Web2 world dynamics work. And a lot of people are on LinkedIn, yes, that's the truth. Anyways, so I want to talk about a very sensitive topic now, because I thought that we should talk about it. About hackathons. So we have seen a lot of hackathons, and we keep seeing a lot of hackathons that is like providing huge prize pools. So let's talk about the effectiveness of these, because I have started to see some conversations in the industry about the effectiveness of these, like really, you know, big hackathons. Just wondering, what is your experience with these hackathons?
Well, we're very involved in the Solana hackathons, and they have really massive prize pools. I would say that the prize pools are great. I mean, making them as big as possible can, in some ways, have the biggest awareness possible, because when people see that there's $1 million up for grabs in a hackathon, they're like, whoa, how do I actually get involved in that? And I think at the end of the day, it just gets more eyeballs on it. I mean, of course, you can do some analysis on, is it cost effective to be giving away $1 million, you know, relative to maybe the number of builders that you get. I think at a certain point, of course, you know, there is a declining efficiency in the sort of capital spend of needing to have a massive, massive prize pool. But I quite like it when I see $1 million on a hackathon. And I think at the same time, it's about what your goals are. I think if you have like a huge prize pool, you can also structure it so that maybe that is also milestone-based grant funding as opposed to just being given to people. I think we've seen with Solana that these big hackathon prize pools are extremely effective. But I think that, you know, there's also room for other people to experiment with different size of prize pools too. Personally, I like the way that Solana's done it with the hackathons. I think that they've had, you know, great success, and obviously working on the global hackathons together, we've seen that they've done really, really well.
Yeah, I mean, on a personal and organizational level, I do have mixed feelings, and I'll share why. You know, last hackathon we were involved with, we shipped 32 projects, 27 made the top 150, and 9 of them either won or got honorable mention from less than 40 builders. If WBA was a country, we would have shipped more projects to this hackathon than any single country in the world. That's great. It's exciting. Hackathon cohorts hit different. The energy's different. It's amazing. Where I struggle is increasingly the hackathons are less about the technology and the tech skills of the builders and more about how well someone can pitch an idea. And they're more pitch competition, which for what we do is it doesn't align. And we believe very strongly in what we do. So we're not going to change that just to try to win a hackathon, because we don't think that that serves our builders and the people that we work hard for them and they work hard for us. You know, the hard part there is people that work really hard and build something really cool and innovative, but have a subpar pitch deck are losing opportunity to people who can't do any programming but have a great pitch deck. And I think that misalignment, that is counter to what hackathons were intended to be. But look, if it's a pitch competition, let's call it that. Let's not call it a hackathon.
Yeah, it's fair. Yeah, I have mixed feelings towards hackathons too. Just one difference I realize in Web2 hackathons we have done versus Web3 hackathons I see is like, in Web2 hackathons, just we are struggling with how to select the winner here. There are so many good projects coming up. And in Web3 hackathons, it's like, they are so bad. Let's select a winner that is like not so bad, like it is like the quality of projects coming out of these hackathons, I think questionable if it is not done well. I mean, there are really some great global hackathons like Solana is doing, I think like one of the best ones I have seen as well, but like if it is not done well, I have seen that like the same teams collecting prizes from several different hackathons by just converting that project to different chains as well. So that is something that bugs me a lot lately, to see the same projects, same teams getting prizes again and again. I don't think that is what we intend to do. So just, I wanted to ask this question so that, we question more when we are investing this much into these hackathons. But thank you so much for joining. I hope that this was kind of a a fun and an informative session. I really enjoyed listening to you guys.
Same
Thank
here.
You.
Thank you very much, Gulcan
Always.
and Jeff. And
Two of
thanks
my
everybody
favorite
for coming
people.
as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, y'all.
Thank you.